coverage you can count on. This is an Erie News Now election update.
Good evening, everybody. Happy Tuesday evening to you. It is election night here in Erie and around the United States. My name is Isaac Petcash. Thanks for being with us on our wall-to-wall coverage this evening as we are continuing our election night extravaganza wall-to-wall here on Erie News Now. We have so many reporters, so many people out in the field tonight as we take a look at the current electoral college race that we are continuing to give you the most up-to-date information that we have. Here's what we know right now. This is our presidential electoral race battleground tracker. Currently, the incumbent President Donald Trump with an 8 electoral vote to 3 lead over Democratic challenger Joe Biden. As we see right now, Donald Trump has won the state of Kentucky. Joe Biden has been awarded the state of Vermont. As we take a look on our electoral college map here, you see the red and blue filling in. Those states will continue to fill red and blue across the evening here as we continue our election coverage. And the person locally who we've had on our coverage all this election cycle covering the local presidential race is our Paul Wagner, senior reporter, and he's joining us right now from the alert desk. Paul, it's been a busy day already, but the polls just closed. Give us the lowdown on what we know right now.
Well, I was out at Erie High School, which has Erie 6th Ward has 2 polling places in the 4th and 5th precinct. Talked to a lot of people, and the presidential race is what's driving them to that decision to vote. I talked to the judge of elections, both of them, and they both said the same thing, that they're interested in the Laughlin-Slomski race. They're interested in the Mike Kelly Ganevas race, but it's really this race for president that has the people coming out. And even in bigger numbers than in 2016. And 2016 was a pretty big presidential race here, a lot of interest. But I was also out at Asbury Barn, which is one of the bigger polling places in Mill Creek in the 3rd District. And the line, Isaac, was stretching for about 1/8 of a mile. I mean, 75 people. And of course, they're all spaced 6 feet apart for social distancing, so it seems like it's even longer than it is. And I asked the lady in front, she was looking at her watch. She was at the front of the line. I said, when did you get here? She said, about an hour ago. And she had about 5 minutes to go. So it was over an hour wait. And again, I said, hey, are you a longtime resident of this district? And she said, yes. I said, is it ever like this? And she said, no. And I said, why do you think? She said, everybody is interested in this Trump-Biden race.
That seems to be the overwhelming trend in several areas. We've heard people in Sagertown and the southern portion of Erie County waiting up to 3 hours to get their ballot cast. I want to ask you, Paul, you're a veteran of election days. You've been through several of them. You've also attended several of the rallies, the presidential rallies that have been going on in Erie. Do you feel like the rallies played a bit of a part in the uptick in election votes, especially in Erie County? We saw the president come to Erie in 2016. Democratic challenger Hillary Clinton did not. We saw both parties come to Erie several times, and I'm wondering if you think that might have had an impact on the number of votes.
I do. I mean, the Trump side, I mean, not just did the president come and the vice president's wife, the president's son twice, plus surrogates. And on the other side, Joe Biden came, did a virtual visit, and Joe Biden came as well, much smaller because of their concern about the pandemic. But I definitely think that played a part in. I also think we saw several first-time voters over at Erie High School today. Not 18-year-olds, but people who were in their 30s and 40s. They had never voted before.
Wow.
And I think perhaps they saw this excitement and the focus of all the national media on Erie and think, well, maybe this is something I should really learn a little bit about and get out to vote. I was talking to someone today. They said they were at the county courthouse and somebody from Time Magazine was walking in to do a story. So we really are the focus of attention.
And you're absolutely right. We want to give you a quick update now. You see our electoral map change. The AP has called West Virginia for President Donald Trump, giving him a 13 electoral vote to 3 lead over challenger Joe Biden. Continuing with our Paul Wagner here. Paul, you've talked to plenty of voters, over the last couple of weeks. What's their biggest concern when it comes to this election? We've talked about the economy, the pandemic, racial and social unrest as all part of this election. What would you say people in Erie County's biggest concern is for this election?
It seems to be two. It seems to be of the Trump voters that I've talked to who are willing to say they're for Trump. Some people don't want to tell you who they're for, but it seems to be the economy. They think he's the guy who knows about the economy, can get us rolling again. And among the Biden voters, they're just very unhappy, I think, with two things. They don't like the president's personality. the tweets, just all of that surrounding him, and the pandemic. They're not happy with the way he's handled the pandemic. So I think those are the two issues that really have gotten people quite interested in this race.
Again, considerable amount of voting here, and of course you've been following the presidential race on the ground. We saw back in 2016 how Erie County flipped red by just 2,000 votes. That translated into a win for Trump in Pennsylvania and a win for Trump in the Electoral College. Knowing what you've known with your election expertise, would you say that that might be the same this year? As goes Erie County, so goes the election?
I think so. I wouldn't want to bet on which way Erie County is going to go this year. As you said, it was less than 3,000 votes. But I definitely think Erie County is really, you heard Lieutenant Governor Fetterman said that, quite clear that in his mind, and he's one of many experts who said that. They know more about politics than I do. But we represent Pennsylvania. We have the rural area south of I-90. We have a fairly good-sized city in Erie. We have colleges. We have a minority population. We have a little bit of everything that makes us like a mini Pennsylvania. They used to do a lot of product testing here in Erie because we were so indicative of the country and the state of Pennsylvania. So I think it's a pretty good test lab. So as you said, I think as Erie goes, we're going to see the state of Pennsylvania go.
What do you think is important for voters to know tonight, specifically knowing what you know, knowing what you've heard from voters? What do you think is important that voters hear tonight as they await the results to come in?
Well, they're hearing, it depends what news source they're listening to. I think if they're listening to us, they're getting both sides of the story. But a lot of people, I think, if they're on one side of the political spectrum, are watching one cable network. On the other side, are watching the other cable network. So maybe they're getting a little bit of a skewed look. But I think if you look at take a middle of the road approach, you're kind of seeing what both sides are talking about, and as they follow this map, as you so aptly showed how it's already changing colors this early in the evening.
I want to ask you, you were part of the Bush versus Gore election in 2000. We know how that ended up weeks on end. It was first Florida called for Gore, and then it was called for Bush. Do you see this same playing out this election? We talked about how Pennsylvania could be the possible state. Both candidates, you were there firsthand for both of them, saying, we don't know if we can win the Electoral College without winning Pennsylvania. Do you see it coming down to one state? And if so, how do you see this possibly playing out as the night moves on here?
Well, I think there's a couple key states we have to look at that have these early votes like Pennsylvania, but they've already counted them. When Florida comes in, I think that's going to be the key early in the evening, and Ohio, but really Florida. I think if Biden can take Florida in maybe an early night. If not, I think we're probably going to be in for a long night and wait till Pennsylvania and Michigan and the so-called blue wall that went red starts to come in. But I think if Biden can flip Florida, and maybe one other state, maybe Georgia, maybe Arizona, then it might be an earlier night.
Taking a look at the popular vote right now, as you can see, the president, according to our numbers, ahead 51% to 48% here relating to the Electoral College and the overall popular vote. Of course, Paul Wagner joining us here as we sit right now. Just final thoughts, Paul, as we move into the night. We've seen a record turnout in votes in Erie County, a record turnout in votes in the states. Just what in your mind is going to play out tonight? How do you see this evening potentially playing out? And do you think the record number of voters might play a big part in swaying the election one way or another?
That's hard to say which way, but I think it's certainly a good sign that this many people were this interested and came out and voted, whether they voted in person or voted early with the mail-in ballots. I think that's what really is going to make this election really, really, really unique in the state of Pennsylvania, because with 2/3, perhaps to 3/4 of those mail-in ballots going to Democrats, President Trump, he may have a pretty sizable lead at some point tonight, but that lead could certainly change in the next 24, 48, 72 hours as those mail-in ballots come in. But just because, of course, you're a Democrat and you've got a mail-in ballot, you still could vote for President Trump, or vice versa. You could vote for Joe Biden. But I think everybody agrees that more Democrats are going to vote for Biden with those mail-in ballots. So I think that's really the wild card. And we'll just see how long that takes to vote, probably at least the next 48 hours.
Not out of the question. Speaking of the ever-changing vote, as you were talking, we got another state call to make. Joe Biden has won the state of Virginia, a critical state that was in 2016. Hillary Clinton did carry that state, but it took significantly longer to call. So good news for the Democratic challenger in that category. The AP has called Virginia for Joe Biden. You can see the Electoral College map right now. 16 votes for Biden, 13 votes for Trump. So, Paul, got to buckle in for possibly a close night tonight.
Yeah, because these are the early states coming
Right.
in now, Isaac. I mean, we have a lot of the states that, like Ohio, coming in, and they at 8 o'clock, and then as the time zones switch, we go out west, and Arizona is going to be one that everyone's going to be watching. But they, of course, because of the time zones, they won't come in for a couple hours.
Right, and Pennsylvania also closing at 8 o'clock, so a conglomeration of those swing states going to be closing fairly soon. And Paul, of course, you'll be out at the Board of Elections, I believe. That's correct tonight with Eva Mastermatian.
I'll be down there at the county courthouse and kind of see how they're dealing with it. Eva's been down there for several hours, so she'll have to fill me in when I get down there because I was elsewhere.
We'll leave suspense to you. Paul Wagner joining us at the alert desk. We're going to let you go and get a little bit of rest here before the 10 o'clock, but thanks again for joining us. Should be an interesting night, but a fun one at that.
I think so. Thank you, Isaac.
That's Paul Wagner. Let's take a look right now at the Electoral College. This is the popular vote right now as we see it at the moment. You can see the president with the lead in the popular vote, but it is Joe Biden with the advantage in the Electoral College. Let's go ahead and take a look at the Electoral College right now. You see 16 votes for the incumbent vice president, or rather not for the incumbent, the former vice president. You see at the moment 13 votes for the current president of the United States, Donald Trump. We also want to give you some more information tonight relating to the numbers, stuff that we're seeing consistently across the board. We want to make sure that we get you all the information when it comes to the states that are critical swing states as well. We want to make sure that you have that information as well. So much going on when it just comes to both the Electoral College and the presidency right now. So again, 16-13 are the votes in favor of the former vice president. I'm going to go ahead and put the camera on that map right now. And we're going to slide back in our Ethan Kibbe, who has been running around like a sprinter. I would say a Olympic track star more so at that here. And he's going to join us back on the alert desk. Full-fledged into election coverage, as we have seen 4 states called so far. Ethan, we're bringing you back on right now. Just give us an idea, data, what we're seeing. 4 states called, but a lot of information coming in swing states.
Right, a ton coming very soon. 8 o'clock polls close. And that's when we start seeing where Pennsylvania goes. We'll start seeing maybe where Florida goes. We'll get an eye on North Carolina. Now, we're not maybe going to get results in all of these states because we've got all those mail-in ballots. But we're going to start getting some early numbers that maybe will show us trends, maybe not. That's the important thing to remember. When you see these early numbers from these swing states, don't rejoice. Don't go cry in the corner. It doesn't mean that the person you want to win is losing or is winning. It's a moment in time. It's a few votes. Remember, there's millions of votes to be counted.
Right.
Don't get hung up on a few thousand that we get early.
One of the things that I'm looking at right now, we're looking at many of our TV feeds. They just showed Florida. That's an NBC News update that just showed the state of Florida. They were showing specifically Broward County, one of those key swing counties. Already 83% of the votes in Broward County. So vote is being counted incredibly quickly in those southern states. And again, the faster the vote gets counted, the better chance it has to come in. I want to ask you, Ethan, back in 2016, Virginia was a contested state.
Right.
Hillary Clinton did win that state, but it was a slim
tight.
margin. It's already been called for Joe Biden. Is that good news for the Democrats early on, or do you not put too much thought into that?
Well, it's not bad news.
Right.
It's definitely not bad news. Who knows what you can read into this, and that's where you want to be wary of this. It's tempting to look at that and say, yeah, this is definitely good news for the Democrats, and perhaps it is. But let's wait and see. Let's get a little bit more data before we really start determining good news, bad news. It's early. It's very, very early. Right now, no surprises in terms of who's won what states. Everything is chalk, as we would say at this point. But the question is, after this, then what? Once we start getting that data from those swing states, then we'll start getting a very real idea of how this is going to shape out.
Just to give you an idea of where the overall vote stands in the popular vote, look at how close it is. I understand it's early, just 3% reporting, but right now you can see Joe Biden with about a 12,000 vote lead over President Donald Trump. One of the things coming into the night that we had a good consensus of is that Joe Biden would win the popular vote. That wasn't really contested.
There's no guarantee, but it seems likely.
And so the big question again was the Electoral College.
Right.
One of the things that many pollsters have said, and the thing that we have been talking about, especially back in 2016, if the Democrats were to win the popular vote by 3 to 4 points, it would result in the photo finish of the Electoral College.
Right.
That's about 3% of the vote is used in California,
right.
New York, those large municipalities and locations. And so, again, if you're the president, your goal is to keep the popular vote within that 3 to 4 point
Right.
range, and that would give you a good shot in the electoral
Right.
college.
That's the key. It's getting not the most votes, it's getting the most votes in the right places. So
Correct.
that's what we're looking at here. I've got to go crunch a little data, get ready for a cut-in on the NBC side. Isaac's handling the CBS side of things. That's how it works when you're an NBC and CBS station and you're trying to do round-the-clock coverage. But we're making it shake out. Keep it rolling here, sir. Nice work.
We make it work. You as well, Ethan. We'll see you at the Storyteller in just moments here. Ethan Kibbe going to go ahead and go back to the Storyteller. We are going to continue to bring you coverage here on Erie News Now or on our alert desk. As we sit right now looking at the Electoral College, this is where we stand. Currently, the incumbent President Donald Trump trailing Joe Biden 16 votes to 13 early on here. We are going to try to get you some information out of the swing counties in those big states. Right now, the big focus is on the state of Florida. They're looking at Broward County. That, of course, a county that is heavily Democratic, would be part of the information, the part of the vote that Joe Biden would have to win to be able to get the victory in the state of Florida. So we'll go ahead and show you that map here in just a second. We're going to come back to me on camera here in just one moment. Again, you can see right now, just early on in the voting process, and we'll go ahead and give you a quick live look as well at the White House. We are keeping an eye on that as well. We're also keeping an eye on other big swing states as well. States such as Ohio, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, things of that nature. That is fairly big here, again, as we sit right now. So, again, stay tuned, stay put, stay tight. We are continuing our election coverage here on this Tuesday evening. Taking a look right now, I'm taking a look on our Facebook page to see if there are any updates on Facebook from our reporters in the field here. Let's go ahead and take a look right now. I'm not seeing anything at the moment here. Let's see, not anything just yet. So we'll go ahead and hold off on our Facebook page here right now. We are continuing our election coverage and taking a look at what we know at the current moment. Interestingly enough, the AP has called Virginia for Joe Biden, although currently President Trump leading Virginia 56 to 42%. So clearly the AP believing that there is enough vote there for Joe Biden to have won the state. I want to go ahead, let me see if I can quickly get this graphic up here. We were looking to see if there was some vote coming out of the state of Florida right now, and it looks like, we'll go back to a quick shot of the White House here, there was some votes out of the state of Florida that was actually fairly promising for the Republicans and President Trump here, but I'm not seeing it just yet. So we'll go ahead and wait to see if we can get that right here. Oh, this is where it is right now. We'll go ahead and go to 538. This is a firm that uses, of course, numbers and other analyzation techniques to predict the presidency. You take a look here, as of 7:40 p.m., right now Democratic challenger Joe Biden is leading the state by Broward County, I should say, by 33 points, with 83% of the vote in. If you take a look, though, Hillary Clinton won that county by 35 points in 2018, so 2016, I should say. So there is some potential good news for the president where that comparison is concerned. Going back to our Electoral College map here, I'll go ahead and pull it up. You take a look right now, 16 votes to 13 for former Vice President Joe Biden. We're currently just waiting for some more numbers to come in here. So the polls will be closing at 8 o'clock in a few states. Just taking a look at some other feeds right now. Again, early on in the vote count, a lot of the polls that have already closed have already been called. The only polls we're really waiting for to be called that closed at 7 o'clock would be South Carolina and Georgia. We expect the president to win South Carolina. Georgia is considered a toss-up state by many polls. It's been back and forth to who's been in the lead where it comes to that. So, of course, we will continue to wait and see exactly where we stand when it comes to that state as well on this Electoral College map. But of course, we've been also talking about the critical swing states, and we look at the way the map was in 2016. You saw Trump winning states like Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Like we said, those are the key states that we're going to have to look at here today. Miami-Dade County also reporting here in the state of Florida. Right now, Joe Biden with a 54% to 45.5% lead over Donald Trump in Miami-Dade County. We are, of course, continuing to look at the information for you here in Florida, just trying to get as much as we possibly can here for you information on this election night. Of course, we have continuous coverage here on this CBS and NBC side of things. Going back to the White House here on this election evening. And we are expecting our Lisa Adams to be in the studio here in just a couple of minutes. She is touching specifically on the Mike Kelly versus Kristi Ginibus race. That, of course, a congressional race that has been contested for the last couple of months. We are expecting a fairly close race where that comparison is concerned. So obviously, the more and more that you see this continue to come in, the more and more that you see things are looking fairly close. Taking a look at the state of Georgia right now, the state of Georgia looking as if it is also fairly close here on this election night. Currently, Donald Trump with a 51 to 48% lead, the AP is reporting right now. So still a lot of questions to be answered when it comes to that state of Georgia. We have not had a state called since 7:36, so it's been about 25 minutes. Joe Biden winning that state, Virginia. That's what we know right now. And we are awaiting our Lisa Adams here on this Tuesday. Our Lisa is going to be joining us in just a moment. She's going to be talking the Mike Kelly-Kristi Ginibus race here on Tuesday. And we're going to probably bring her in for the cut-in as well. So we'll steal Lisa. You can sit in whichever chair you like. We're not picky here. Whatever works for you, Lisa, we can bring you in here as we get ready for our cut-in in just a little bit. We'll go ahead and get Lisa with the mic on. A lot of things to think about with this race here, especially the local races. And so, Lisa, let's go ahead and come out to you right now. Just talking about this Kelly Ginibus race, you've been following it all along. Where do we stand as we hit nearly 8 o'clock tonight?
Well, that's a good question. I think turnout is going to be a factor in this race, as in every other race. But turnout, from what I understand, is astronomical. I mean, really good turnout. Of course, the district is 5 counties, and obviously Mike Kelly is from Butler County. His stronghold is that way, but he has a lot of support here in Erie as well. So there's about 11,000 more registered Republicans in the whole district than Democrats, although up here in Erie, especially in the city of Erie, it's more heavily Democratic. So when Ron DiNicola ran against Mike Kelly in 2018, he did well up here in Erie County, but he couldn't overcome, that registration edge.
And that's a big question. We'll be talking with you in just a moment here as we get set to join us in progress here on CBS.
With coverage you can count on, this is an Erie News Now election update.
Hi, everybody. Isaac Petcash here with you this evening on CBS as we are continuing our election coverage here on Erie News Now. Joined right now by Lisa Adams. She's been following the Mike Kelly-Kristi Ginibus race here in Pennsylvania, a very critical local race in the congressional district. Lisa, you were talking about the fact that it was up to Ginibus to gain some of the votes that she thought she needed to make up to win this race. Where do things stand at the moment?
Well, that's really interesting. It depends on who you talk to. She'll tell you that she spent a lot of time down there and really worked those areas hard. I mean, she was talking to me about that in the primary, that she was, getting some exposure down there. But if you talk to Mike Kelly, he thinks she isn't known down there at all. And so, as I said, I guess it depends on who you talk to. But it's been a clean campaign, I have to say. Isaac, we haven't seen a lot of advertising in this race as we saw in the Laughlin-Slomsky race, things getting a little bit nasty there, and so much money spent on advertising, not so much in this race. So it's been a nice campaign that they conducted themselves well when we did a debate with them, along with WQLN and the League of Women Voters. So some of their issues overlap. I mean, he's concerned about health care, and he's concerned about pre-existing conditions, and obviously concerned as a diabetic about issues with the drugs, for insulin, the insulin costs and other pharmaceuticals. So, but, he likes to tout the fact that he's had very, very good constituent service rating, in the top 3 of 500 and some. And but she just says, she's a regular person who's had issues with cancer, with not having health care, as a teacher, not having the materials that she needs. So she thinks that regular people can relate to her. So we'll see how that bears out at the polls.
Obviously, you're hoping to get to talk to both candidates a little bit later tonight on Erie News Now at 10 and Erie News Now at 11. You've also been at several polling locations over the course of the day, and we've been just hearing about the record turnout in this 2020 election. You've been through several yourself. Is this different than any election you've seen?
Well, different years my assignments are different, so sometimes I'm at polling places, but I have to say, the lines I saw there at Bell Valley were long, and we got there before 5, and, they stayed long until really about, I'd say, 6:30, 6:45, the line finally went down. It was moving slowly, 2 different precincts both there. I think it's Mill Creek District 1 and Mill Creek District 21. So interestingly, when we went inside the social hall there, the line was going down for Mill Creek District 1, which they said they got slammed earlier in the day, and the line from Mill Creek 21 still seemed to be kind of long. So we were also over at Joanna Connell's school on East 38th Street earlier in the afternoon. And it was busy, steady there, but there wasn't a line out the door. So I don't know if a line formed out the door after, people were getting off work. If a lot of people, if it's their tradition to vote after work, certainly lines formed. But at least at Bell Valley, it didn't seem like they were going to have to deal with that question of, well, are you in line by 8 p.m.? Yes, this is the cutoff, and you'll be able to vote.
Taking a look at the Electoral College map, you see right now Democratic challenger Joe Biden ahead in the vote. Actually, I lied. I have to change that. The AP just calling South Carolina for President Trump. So you see right now the president ahead 22 electoral votes to 16. Lisa, really quickly, I want to ask you, there has been a lot of talk about so goes the state and the president, so go the other challengers, such as the the congressional races in the U.S. and in the state Senate. Do you see that happening as well? Do you see, if Pennsylvania's red, so does the state, or the other way around?
Well, that was often the thought when you were dealing with, that you could just pull that party lever. In other voting machine systems that we had, it was easier to do that. So that's a little different now when you're, coloring in the little circles on your paper ballot. I think if you talk to people around Erie County, they often split their ticket. They really think about it race by race, and they do split their ticket. Certainly there's always straight party voters. But I think there have been even people here who changed their registration in a primary because they want to have an influence on, that happened when Tom Ridge was running for governor. So.
Well, Lisa Adams will, of course, be with us as we continue our election coverage, and we have more across the evening as Erie News Now election coverage continues.
Is this the head nod?
Back with you here on Erie News Now. Isaac Petcash joining you. Lisa Adams is also joining us, but she's doing a little work here with the camera to make sure that we have all of our things set up here for this Tuesday night. So we're going to go ahead and give you the Electoral College map right now. This is according to our information as well as the Associated Press. Currently, the President of the United States, Donald Trump, has a 22-16 vote lead in the Electoral College. That is, of course, early on. A lot of these states closing at 7 p.m. A lot of the states we expected to go the way that they have. Another state that has yet to have been called, and may not be called for a long time that we're anticipating is the state of Georgia, which is a critical swing state with 16 electoral votes. And I'm joined back now by Lisa Adams, who is furiously writing away trying to figure out much information on this race between Mike Kelly and Kristi Ganebis. Lisa, what do the voters maybe not know that they should know relating to these race and these candidates? Because like you said, it's been a relatively clean campaign. We haven't heard a lot about other candidates, not much advertising. What about them should we know that maybe we don't know right now?
Well, I mean, I really think it's a race between experience and then a fresh-faced, enthusiastic new person entering politics for the first time. Interestingly, Kristi Ganebis is a teacher in Mill Creek, and she's on sabbatical. I learned just yesterday talking to her. I didn't realize she had taken a sabbatical to do this. And she's working on her PhD in organizational leadership. But she told me yesterday, I said, what's your dissertation about? Because she's been working on her dissertation.
Sure.
And it's about something called teacher persistence. And I thought that was pretty interesting because it seems like she's showing a little teacher persistence herself right now. But she said the focus of that is apparently a lot of teachers leave after 4 or 5 years, whether it's burnout or they're trying to evaluate whether the job is for them or not. Some jump from one school to another school, but some leave the profession. So she's looking at what makes a teacher decide to stay in education, because obviously they want to replicate that to keep other teachers in education. Of course, you know, Mike Kelly has served on the education committee. He's been involved with Social Security. He's on the Ways and Means committee, which is certainly a powerful and influential committee. So obviously, he likes to point out the fact that he's, you know, most recently brought the Build Grant money here for the Bayfront. Brought some other Build Grant money to his larger district. But he also, you know, said to me yesterday when we talked to him before the Pence event that the president calls him and says, "How we doing in Pennsylvania, Mike? How we doing? How's Pennsylvania going? How we doing?" You know, and certainly he got called up on stage when the president was here campaigning in Erie. So I know he likes to tout the fact that, you know, he has friends in high places there. Obviously, it's about relationships, he would say, you know, the relationships he's built in Washington, including with the president. But we don't know if the president will continue to be the president, so that makes it an interesting question, doesn't it?
Interesting as well, Lisa, because we have a lot of calls to get to here. It's just past 8 p.m. on the East Coast. Let's get you to those races right now. We can project Erie News Now, according to the AP, that Donald Trump will win the state of Alabama with its 9 electoral votes. We can also project the president will win the state of Mississippi with its 6 electoral votes. Donald Trump will also carry the state of Tennessee, building that southern wall with 11 electoral votes in the state of Tennessee. We can project some wins for Joe Biden in his home state of Delaware. The former vice president will win that state's 3 electoral votes. We can also project in the home state of former President Barack Obama, Joe Biden will win the state of Illinois and its 20 electoral votes. More wins for the former vice president. He wins the state of Maryland with its 10 electoral votes and the state of Massachusetts with its 11 electoral votes. That's where we're at right now, according to the AP. So as we stand right now, the electoral vote count has Joe Biden at 60 and Donald Trump at 48 electoral votes. A lot of these states really not out of the presumed Democrat or Republican category. We are still awaiting the results in the states such as Florida, such as Pennsylvania, and Ohio. And Lisa, of course, like we were saying, those presidential races contribute a lot to those congressional races as well.
They certainly can. And I think one thing that you know, you asked me what it's been like over the years. I think if you look at Erie County as an example, you know, back in the old days when we were doing a different kind of voting system, you know, you went in, you pulled the lever, the curtain closed. We would sometimes think a race was going a certain way because the votes would come in first from the city of Erie precincts. Population heavier, Democratic registration heavier. And so sometimes a certain race would look like it was going a certain way. And then when the county votes started to come in, something gets much closer or something shifts. And I think if you take that into the national picture, I was, you know, hearing today that Florida is going to be counting its mailed-in ballots first, which are more heavily Democratic.
Right.
Where, you know, here in our county, we were going to be counting the actual in-person votes first, and that might be more Republicans
Different.
who chose to go to the polls. So,
Correct.
So you can't make a judgment too quickly about something because sometimes the shift changes depending on how the count comes in.
More votes coming in, more election results coming in as we're getting word from the Associated Press and our polling data right now. 2 more states to project for former Vice President Joe Biden. He will win the state of Rhode Island with its 4 electoral votes. The former Vice President will also win the state of New Jersey and its 14 electoral votes. Donald Trump picking up a win in the Midwest as well. He'll take Oklahoma and the 7 electoral votes that go with that state, and that puts the vote count at 78 for Biden and 55 for Trump. So we continue to look at our election coverage. Well, Lisa, the last thing I just want to ask here, whether it be with the Kelly-Ganibus race or whether it be with the presidential race, what are some things that you think voters will have to look for tonight? We know, of course, it will be somewhat of a waiting game, we assume, with critical swing states still yet to be called. We're looking right now at Florida. The deficit, the margin right now is 0.2 of a point. That's how close it is. What would be your message to voters from what you're hearing? What they should look for tonight?
Wow, well, certainly we know it's Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania. I mean, we've been hearing that for days. Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, significant. Boy, all of the attention that we had just here in the western part of the state from the candidates in the last few days is really something I haven't seen before. You know, you'd be lucky to get one of those visits close to election time, but to have as many as we did, to have the president here twice in the Kelly congressional district was really surprising to me. I think in the Ganibus-Kelly race, she's going to have to do really well in Erie County. If she takes Erie County, there's a chance that she could do it. But if she doesn't do well coming out of Erie County, or if it's, say, tied coming out of Erie County, then it's unlikely that she would overcome that registration edge of Republicans throughout the district. But again, a clean campaign, a pretty impressive campaign for somebody who has not run for office before to take the step to run for Congress the first time around.
And again, a very, like you mentioned, heroic effort, if you will, for Christy Ganibus. She'll have obviously a night to think about, of course, as the votes come in. And you will be on Erie News Now at 10 and 11, hopefully talking to both candidates and as well giving us as much up-to-date information as we can on this important congressional race. Lisa Adams, get at least a little bit of rest, shall you, here on this election night. You've been through so many. You know how it goes. Get some rest, and we'll check back in with you in just a little bit.
Thanks, Isaac.
That's our Lisa Adams joining us here today. Let's check really quickly the Electoral College map again. It is right now 78 votes for Democratic challenger Joe Biden, 55 for President Trump, but we do have some more states, it looks like, that we are going to be able to call here, including, if I can be able to get this information here, it looks like we are also going to be calling the District of Columbia for Joe Biden. That is according to the AP here. It looks like we are getting that information into us now. Joe Biden winning the District of Columbia, and so that means that right now we are projecting the Electoral College map at Joe Biden with 81 electoral votes. We have President Trump at 55 electoral votes. We have more votes to come in right now, more states to call right now. We can project that Democratic challenger Joe Biden will win the state of Connecticut and its 7 electoral votes. We can, again, predict consistently here that we have called all the other states, it looks like, for Joe Biden right now. So the vote count stands as this. Joe Biden with 88 electoral votes, Donald Trump standing at 55 electoral votes. Again, folks, we want to let you know this information we are getting has come from our polling data and the Associated Press. We are waiting for the AP to make the calls. Once they make the calls, we confirm with our data, and then we go from there to make that decision. We want to play it for you on our big board right now. This is exactly, that is not the correct information. We are going to bring you back to the camera here. It looks like that information did not refresh, but we will get it to refresh here right now in just one moment here. If I can get this to come to the air right now. There it is. Here is the vote total, as we can see in the Electoral College. 61% to 39% in terms of Electoral College votes. Right now, we have Joe Biden with 85 and Donald Trump with 55. Taking a look now at the U.S. popular vote. This is something that we expected the Democrat Joe Biden to win, but right now it's Trump ahead. Just over 9 million votes compared to 8.8 million votes for the Democratic challenger. So we are following at length our election updates here as we continue to bring that to you on Erie News Now. At the moment, though, we want to go to our local reporters on the ground. We just talked to Lisa Adams, who was with the Mike Kelly Christie Ganibas race, but another person who was watching another race in our election, that's our John Last. He is following the Dan Laughlin Julie Slomski race for the battle in the state Senate. This has been a tightly contested race, as we've been seeing over the past couple of weeks. He has a live report this evening as John Last checks in on that key state Senate race.
Last, and I'm at the schoolhouse in Fairview Township on Westlake Road, and Senator Dan Laughlin has arrived. This is the place where he is gathering with campaign volunteers, staff, and they're going to wait for the results, whatever results we get tonight from the 49th State Senate District race between himself and Democratic challenger Julie Slomski. And Senator, we'll just ask you right now, how do you think that the campaign went from the day it started till now when the polls are closed?
Well, I think it went pretty well. You know, we were getting good feedback today. I had some really great interactions too, which kind of makes days like this worthwhile. I met a 91-year-old Air Force veteran right before we called it a day at about 7:30 tonight out at the Harbor Creek polls. And it's little things like that that really, you know, they're kind of heartwarming, and you're glad that you're out there shaking hands and talking to people. But, you know, all in all, you know, we feel like we're in a really good spot. And, you know, time will tell. Time will tell.
And you voted early this morning.
I did. I was in line at 6:30 this morning at my polling place. It took about an hour to get in. It was very busy over at Asbury Barn. And, you know, from what I can see everywhere we went, turnout was really pretty heavy, considering as many people had already voted by mail. And that's an exciting part, you know, when you get a year like this, where people are just really engaged to vote. And you know, listen, win or lose, it's great to see people involved in the voting process, I think.
And that is our John Last speaking to current State Senator Dan Laughlin here as we look to continue our coverage here on Erie News Now and Erie News Now Plus. We want to get you some updated information here on our Electoral College map. Taking a up, that's not right. Let's get it up now. Taking a look at the Electoral College map. As we stand right now, Joe Biden with an 88 to 55 vote lead over Donald Trump. However, we do have some information coming out of the state of Florida. I want to read you this right now. As it stands right now, Florida has 87% of the state vote in. Donald Trump with a 50.1% to 48.9% lead over Joe Biden. This is a state that Trump said he had to hold. He did win it in 2016, a state the president said was critical to be able to win. And right now, he does have that slight lead in the state of Florida. We have a lot more coming in this evening here on Erie News Now, including several of our reporters who have been out in the field. And we do want to bring in our Elspeth Meisner, who has come all the way from Warren County and back. She's put a ton of miles in the car, probably tired of driving, so it's probably cool that she's in the studio here. But we want to bring her in just to give us an idea of everything that's going on. Elspeth, hello. Glad to have you back. It feels like it's been hours. You've been all the way out in Warren County looking at some polls, and it seems to be an overwhelming trend. Every poll has record turnout.
Yeah, exactly. Throughout the whole, I spent a majority of the afternoon and early evening out in Warren County, hitting a lot of the larger polls, but then polling places, but also a few of the smaller polling places too. And overall, the consensus has been that they have been having great turnouts. A lot of people have been showing up. But the big thing that a lot of them were saying is the day started out a little rocky, trying to get used to the new polling machines, the new system, working with the paper ballots as well. They had also a few new staff members that they had added, as well as handling the mail-in ballots. But from there on out, it was more of a smoother process, a smoother day as the day went on. but they were saying that there's been a lot of people coming out, not only with mail-in ballots, but then also with people coming out to the polls themselves, too.
You've talked with several poll workers and people who are at the polls as well. Have they ever experienced this kind of a turnout before? Several poll workers have worked several elections. What was their reaction to the amount of people at the polls?
Well, so far, they've had a lot of great reaction. They said it's been, great turnout so far. They said they were experiencing a lot of waits as well, as one would expect. Nothing crazy, not like 3-4 hours. No, nothing like that, but definitely a longer wait just because it takes time for them to sanitize the machines down, sanitize any of the markers, any of the pens. So that's as to be expected. But when I was speaking to the Board of Elections earlier in the day, they said that over 6,000 people turned in mail-in ballots, but they were still seeing even record-breaking people of coming in to just vote itself. They said they've been having great numbers, way more than they saw in 2016. So definitely an increase of people coming out to the polls, which is great news. And then as we were coming back from Warren, we also stopped in Corey, right on the border of Erie County. And same thing there. They said, seeing a lot of great people, a little bit of a longer wait just because of the amount of machines they had working and they're using, but other than that, they were seeing, great turnout so far.
So we talked about the difference between the urban and the rural areas. You have the city of Erie, right? Erie, everyone thinks of Erie County, city of Erie and the surrounding area, but it's the rural counties, rural areas too that have also gotten that bigger vote turnout. Did the poll workers or voters give a reason as to why they think there's a bigger vote turnout in the rural areas as well as the, the city of Erie too?
Well, one of the polls that I stopped at in Corey, they said typically they have like 35% of people coming out to vote. They said this year they had 50%.
Wow.
So we've definitely saw a real spike there, real increase there. But as far as the voter turnouts themselves, I think people just want to make sure their voice is heard. Something that we've been hearing time and time again throughout this entire election process and throughout the whole campaigning. People wanting to make sure their voices are heard. So I think that's a trend that we have been seeing throughout the time. But one of the polls that I stopped at right just before 7:30 this evening in Corey, nobody was there. They said they've been having steady people throughout the entire day. But there was just a little bit of a pause, and I think that's also as the day's going on. Another polling place that I went to in Warren had actually said that before the polls opened at 7 a.m., there was over 30 people in line waiting to come in. So people definitely want to make sure they got their ballot casted.
People getting to the polls extremely early. I was at my polling place in Edinburgh at 7:05, and there was a line of 100 people. It just goes to show.
Same with me. I was voting first thing this morning. Got there at 6:50, and I didn't get to cast my ballot until about 8:15 in the morning.
Wow.
By the time the line gets there and everything. So it's great to see so many people out.
It's a historic election. We are taking really quickly a look at some numbers here on the Electoral College. We're looking specifically at Pennsylvania. 4% reporting. You can see Joe Biden right now out to a big lead over Donald Trump. 165,000 electoral votes to 16%, 32,000 for the current president. We're also getting some numbers out of the state of Pennsylvania races. Take a look at this. This is the race for the Attorney General. You can see Josh Shapiro, the Democrat, right now ahead with 57,000 votes. Heather Heitlebaugh, the Republican, at 18% with 12,000. Moving along, we've got more numbers for you. Like numbers, stay with us. The PA Auditor General, right now, it's Nina Ahmad, the Democrat, with 52,000 votes. Timothy DeFore, the Republican, at 15,000. So the Democrats leading in that category. We also have some information as well out of the PA Treasury, which is been somewhat of a contested race. You can see Joe Torsella leading in that race, 52,000 votes, just under 53,000. Stacey Garrity, 15,000 votes. She is in second at the current moment. And finally, the other race we have information on is the U.S. House District 15. Incumbent Republican Glenn Thompson. Look at this, just 2% reporting, but it's Robert Williams, his Democratic challenger, more than doubling up his current vote count as we speak right now. So a lot of races to get to. And Elspeth, it seems like everyone enthusiastic for the presidential race and other races too. But let me ask you, from what you heard, is it just the presidential race or other races people are interested in as well?
From the few people I talked to, I think people are excited for all the races. But I think the big thing is making sure that their voice is were heard. And obviously, while we were out, you did see people who had their Trump hats on, or maybe had a Biden shirt on, or holding their Biden signs, or, a Make America Great Again shirt. So you definitely saw people going out to the polls and showing their support for, the next president, whichever one it'll be. So I think we definitely saw a lot of that. But I also think it's so important to talk about those other races, that are so crucial to not only Erie County, but our surrounding counties as well.
Right. And talking to poll workers, Elspeth, they know they're going to be here a long time. They know it's going to take longer than just a few hours to get these ballots counted. It's just 20 minutes after the polls closed. So the question becomes did they give any indication of when they could finish counting the ballots in those rural areas? And if so, when do they think they'll be done by?
Well, when I was speaking to the Warren County Board of Elections earlier, they said, like I said earlier, they got 6,000 mail-in ballots in. And when I was there about 3:30 this afternoon, they were about 2/3 of the way done counting them. They'd hoped to get them all finished by 5:30, which was great. But when I spoke to some of the other poll workers and some of the different precincts, they said, it's going to be a long night ahead of them. So that's something that was stressed time and time again. And even one of the polling places that I was at, I asked how it was going so far, and they said when they were getting set up yesterday, people were already coming saying, "Can we vote now?"
Wow.
So it really shows how much people were eager to get their ballot casted and everything. I think that also shows those long lines we've been seeing, people going early, and as well as people waiting to right until the polls closed to make sure that their ballot got casted.
I want to ask about the age demographic of the poll voters. Of course, the older generation, normal, it's expected to vote. The younger generation has been a big calling card for the 2020 election. People like you and I who are voting for the first or second time, it sometimes can be difficult to want to go out and have the motivation to vote. Did you see a lot of young voters? And if so, what was their enthusiasm level like for this election?
Surprisingly, a lot of the different polling places I were at, we saw a lot of the older generation, if you will, people who might be around our parents' age, for an example.
Right.
A lot of the typical, probably between 40 to 60 years old, I would say. I did see, a handful of, younger people, perhaps our age. But then another thing that I saw a lot was a lot of families, too.
Okay.
Which was great to see, mom and dad going, maybe bringing their children along, or grandma and grandpa going and bringing their grandchildren along. I think that was a great thing, to show, obviously, kids under 18, they can't vote yet, but at least they're going and they're seeing and they're learning about the process of voting and why it's important to vote, and they're showing the parents, grandparents, aunt and uncles, caregivers are leading by example. So it was really great to see a lot of those families doing it too. But definitely I have to say maybe that was due to the time that I was there, people getting off of work, heading to the polls. But we definitely saw people who were a bit older, I would say.
Right, a lot of critical things going on, as we say right now. Elspeth, anything else that you think might be important for the voter or anyone to know besides the record turnout, anything that you saw that kind of caught your eye?
I do have to say, it was great to hit a bunch of different polling locations. Obviously we saw some that people were waiting outside in order to get in, but we also saw some that, it was just a steady line throughout the whole day of people coming and going. I do have to say, from everything that I had seen out in Warren, but then also my own voting experience earlier this morning, definitely a lot of sanitation, everybody,
Right.
wearing masks and everything, cleaning down the pens, washing off the the different stations that people were filling out their ballots. So I think that was a great thing, to show that people were definitely taking it seriously. But I think it was just great to see so many people out exercising their right to vote, but then also hearing so many people who did the mail-in ballots as well.
Right. It's your call if you want. We have a cut-in in 1 minute, so if you want to stay for that, go ahead, feel free. It's totally up to you. But again, you'll also be on the air tonight. Erie News Now at 10 and 11. You're actually going to be at I hear a political party or something of that nature?
Yeah. So just a little while, we're going to be heading out to Lavery Brewing, where we're going to be catching up with the Democrats are going to be hosting a little bit of a watch party, and just checking with them to see how they think that it's been going so far, their thoughts on some of the results that we're getting in right now in front of us. So just, checking in to see their thoughts on it so far.
And again, the Electoral College, 88 to 55 in favor of Joe Biden. We're getting a lot of results in a lot of swing states. Florida, the big one right now, 90% of the vote has been counted in that state. And we're getting ready right now to do a quick cut-in here on CBS. We're going to join that in progress, and that's happening in just a couple of seconds here. So we'll get set for that, continuing to show you the race here in the critical swing states here as we continue along here on Erie News Now. Stay tuned in just a second.
With coverage you can count on, this is an Erie News Now election update.
Hello, everyone. Isaac Petcash, joined by Elspeth Meisner. Tonight, we are continuing our coverage you can count on across the board voting in the state of Pennsylvania and in the presidential race. Elspeth has been out in Warren County, moving to Corey, all throughout the polls. We were talking before we came on the air here, Elspeth, just about the high turnout in the rural areas. You saw a lot of long lines at the polls.
Absolutely, Isaac. You know, I spent the majority of the day in Warren County today just checking in on a lot of various polls, as well as checking in with the Board of Elections. They saw a lot of people out. According to the Board of Elections, they said there's about 6,000 people who did the mail-in ballots. And when I was checking in with them around 3:30 this afternoon, they said about 2/3 of them had been counted, hoping to finish at 5:30. We also checked in a lot of those smaller polling places, and they said definitely steady crowd and steady lines throughout the whole entire day, which was great news for them.
As we take a look at the Electoral College map right now, Joe Biden with an 88 to 55 vote lead according to our polling data and the Associated Press. That's what we're attributing the race to right now. You were talking, Elspeth, again, the record numbers contributing to a big election here. And it seemed like the poll workers also enthusiastic about the high turnout. And it seemed, from what you were telling me, like they have never seen an election like this with such a high volume of people coming to vote.
Absolutely. A lot of the polls that I stopped at said they were seeing a lot of turnout, a lot of high volume of turnout as well. Compared to especially 2016, they were seeing an increase from that. And they also said at one of the polling places that I was at, typically they get about 35% of people coming out to vote. This year they had 50% of people coming out to vote. So definitely a lot more people coming out, exercising their right to vote, making sure their voices are heard.
One of the things that you also mentioned to me before we came on the air was the demographic of voters. We talked about how important the young vote was in this election, but you said the majority of the voters you saw were in that middle-aged sort of category.
Absolutely. Granted, I was there right in the afternoon, getting into after when people were getting out of work. We definitely saw a lot of that middle-aged demographic in there, a lot of families as well, taking their younger children, showing them the importance of voting. Did see a handful of people, probably about our age there, voting, but a lot of those older people, probably about 40s to 60s, I would say.
And of course, so we see more and more votes coming in right now. Already 25 million votes that have been cast, according to our numbers, and that's only 9% of the vote in. So we're seeing another considerable amount of votes here on this Tuesday evening of elections. And Elspeth, you're not done tonight. You're going to be going back out for a couple, for a political party, a watch party, if you will. There's one for the Republicans and the Democrats, and it seems like right now people are just eyes glued to the TV set in this race.
Absolutely. So yeah, in just a little while, we'll be heading out to see the Democrats. They're going to be hosting a bit of a watch party, just seeing those results pour in and everything. So we're going to be checking in with them, seeing how it's been going so far, their thoughts on it, especially as we're getting these early results in, as the polls are just closing, just a little while ago, especially in Pennsylvania.
We do want to give you a quick check right now of the numbers that we're seeing here on this election night. We want to start here with the popular vote for the U.S. president. These numbers coming in on our screen right now. You see the President Donald Trump with just a slight lead over Joe Biden, his Democratic challenger right now. We see in our next race, this is in the Electoral College. We had it a moment ago. It's Donald Trump leading Joe Biden leading 85 electoral votes to 55 for the president. In Pennsylvania, this race, a critical one, maybe the most critical. Right now, 5% reporting. It's a big lead for Joe Biden, 245,000 to just 53,000 for the president. Moving across to the Attorney General right now, we see it's Nina Ahmad with the lead over, or Josh Shapiro rather, I should say, over Heather Heidelbaugh, 155,000 to 25,000 votes. So as we get ready to wrap up here with our Elspeth Meisner, what are some things that you think voters will have to know, some things you think will be important for voters to know as we move forward throughout this election night?
Well, absolutely. Obviously, we still have a long night ahead of us. Definitely paying attention to those key swing states as we've been reporting on, and just making sure we are getting the most accurate results in. And don't say, when you see it now, don't think, okay, this is it. We still have a long way to go, a lot more states to report on, too.
And still a lot more votes to be counted, because as we've been hearing, there are so many votes coming in from so many of those big rural areas. Of course, we thank our Elspeth Meisner. We're going to let her go ahead and go right now, getting ready for the show. You got to go back out to Crawford County. You were in Warren County, now Crawford County. So you're going to see her tonight, as well as all our other reporters on Erie News Now here, starting at 10 o'clock. But we have more coverage on our alert desk, as well as on our social media sites. Stay up to date with that. We're on air with you all night as we continue our election coverage. that you sent me. Welcome back, everybody, here to our Erie News Now election coverage you can count on. We just got a big crowd in the background here, continuing our coverage. Our chief engineer, Mike Kabilka, is right behind us, giving us the thumbs up. But we do have some breaking news to get to you here in the state of Nevada, specifically Las Vegas. Take a listen to this. A judge in Nevada has ordered 30 Las Vegas area voting sites to remain open for an extra hour after President Trump's campaign and Nevada Republicans cited reports that some locations did not open in time. We reported on this earlier in the day. There was some concern with opening up the polls, and we're learning this now, that Clark County District Court Judge Joe Hardy in Las Vegas heard immediate arguments in an Election Day lawsuit, which extended voting times to 8 p.m. for 22 sites, which had been scheduled to close at 7. Now, of course, this is a different time zone than what we're looking at right now, but obviously critical nonetheless. Hardy added 8 additional sites at the request of attorneys for Democrats. So polls opening a little bit longer in Las Vegas, Nevada, which is a swing state. It always seems to be those swing states that seem to be the big portion or the big question mark here as we move ahead in the election. We are following the swing states right now. Numbers from Pennsylvania, numbers from Ohio coming in as we currently speak. We want to give you those up-to-date numbers right now here as we look at Pennsylvania. Take a look at this. These numbers coming in right now. You see 6% of the vote reporting in Pennsylvania. It's Joe Biden with the lead over Donald Trump, 260,000 votes to 58,000 votes right now. In the Electoral College, you need 270 votes to win the presidency. Joe Biden is ahead at the moment. He has 85 electoral votes. Right now, Donald Trump has 55 electoral votes. Although it is still very early in the race, very difficult to call the race right now because a lot of the states that we've been projecting are states that really haven't been out of the presumed categories of the Democrats or Republicans. Here's the Electoral College map right now. You see the states on the East Coast going for Joe Biden. You see the states down south going for Arkansas. And now we have another state that we can call for Donald Trump. Donald Trump has won the state of Arkansas. According to exit projections, we can predict that the president will win the state of Arkansas with his 6 electoral votes. And as he's walking down the hall here, I want to see if I can get our producer, Alex Popacek, to just pop in for 2 seconds. I want to see if we can get him on air here because he has been the aficionado extraordinaire for all of this. And as we continue along on our election night here, we want to see if we can get him to chat just a little bit. We're going to harass him here and put him on the air as we continue along on our election night coverage. He has been in our production room just basically keeping everything aligned for us. This guy is... I mean, without him, we'd probably be on fire, in all honesty. But so, Alex, we're looking at the Electoral College. Really hasn't been a state yet that's been called, that's been out of the question. Mm-hmm. But we're seeing the numbers come in really quickly in states like Florida. What are you seeing?
Well, it's one of those deals where what we're seeing tonight, and this is a lot of, on the WICU side, what we're seeing is a lot of raw election results. And so this is raw data coming at us. And so... some of it varies state by state how they've decided how they're going to count these ballots. Mm-hmm. Also, along with that, you have I don't know if you know this. I actually served as a poll worker for a couple of years, and so some polling places, if you didn't have a lot of absentees, that kind of a thing, they have a very quick way of calling things and have a very quick way of reporting things. And so some of that could be what you're seeing tonight. But again, we're getting raw data, and it's hard to call a lot of these things. Some historically, we can base a lot on history, but yeah.
Want to ask you about the state of Florida. Right now, the state of Florida, 90% of the vote is in. That's unbelievable, the fact that they've counted it that fast.
That's incredible.
It looks right now, as we can see from some of our numbers, Donald Trump appears to have a slight lead of about 2 percentage points right now. Is Florida trending Trump, or is there still not enough data to be able to back it up? I mean, you see every station right now is zoning in on Florida.
Well, that's exactly it. The eyes of the nation are on Florida because it is kind of this back and forth swing state. It truly is a swing state. It'll go one way one year and one way another cycle. So, I mean, it's too close to call, even with all of this data still in.
Right.
It's really fascinating to watch all of this unfold because you have your clusters around large cities, and then you have the areas in between. And if you look at the county by county breakdown in Florida, it really is all over the place. And so it's truly a purple state right now.
I want to ask you about the counties in particular. There was so much talk about the Democratic counties, how they had to convert Broward, Miami-Dade, things of that nature. Are we seeing the former vice president gain that vote enough to be able to win the state, or what are we seeing compared to 2016? What's the trend here?
Well, the overall trend, and again, I can't speak too well to Florida historically, but what you're seeing is a lot of what you're seeing across the country as far as Democratic strongholds around the cities and Republican strongholds in between.
Right.
And so it's just about like who comes to the polls. Every single election is who comes to the polls, who casts their ballot, and then that's how that ends up counting.
Looking at Pennsylvania right now, you can see the numbers on our screen here. It's Joe Biden with the lead, but again, we're just seeing the numbers so close as we anticipated. Knowing what we know now, the one thing that I'm most shocked about, I guess, Alex, is the fact that the numbers are coming in so quickly. Florida's already at 91%. Virginia's already been called. It took it nearly 3 hours to get called in 2016.
Oh, my goodness, yeah.
And we were talking the fact that some of these states may not get called for days after. What's the deal?
Well, it all depends on how they're counting their ballots. In some states, you're able to open those mail-ins ahead of time, or they had super efficient ways of getting that data to their data centers. In Pennsylvania, what you have is two things going on. And no doubt you've talked about this over the course of the whole day.
Right.
But you have the court ruling that anything that's accepted, but postmarked, but accepted, you have until Friday and that will still count. That's here in Pennsylvania. And then you have the swath of mail-ins that will come late because of the mail, but also you can't canvass until 7 o'clock this morning. So you have that back and forth of like, you're going to get a lot of Pennsylvania data today that will be in-person voters.
Right.
The systems are very efficient in every single county across Pennsylvania. But what's going to be interesting is how fast each county is able to count those mail-ins, to count those absentees and certify them, and any provisional ballots that you had due to emergency issues or power failures. We had that happen in Erie County. We don't know. We really don't know when we'll be able to call Pennsylvania until we have all of the data. We don't know how much data we're getting, and that makes this challenging.
If I knew how to do his job, I'd have him sit right here and I would go back there, but I don't know how to do it, so we're going to let him go back to the producer desk because you have a cut in a few minutes. But
Indeed.
Alex, we appreciate you taking some time. Join us back here in a little bit because it's about to get pretty crazy in terms of the Electoral College.
Absolutely, and you can't do better than Isaac tonight. My goodness, you're on top of everything.
Not the case, but we'll trade compliments another day. Get out of here. Enjoy your time in the producer desk. That's Alex Popacek, our producer. He'll be back very shortly to give us some more information. There is the Electoral College right now. 85 votes to 61. Joe Biden is ahead. We are tracking key battleground states such as Florida, such as Pennsylvania, such as Ohio. This is, again, information that we have been getting of the Electoral College as well as the Associated Press here on our election coverage. I want to welcome you back in. Isaac Petcash joining you here on Erie News Now Plus and our Erie News Now Election Alert Desk. We are following the national race. We're also following several other races as well. We are talking about the race between Senator Dan Laughlin and challenger Julie Slomski. That's for the Pennsylvania State Senate. Mike Kelly versus Christy Ganebis. Or Lisa Adams was here talking about that congressional race. Two big races in the state. And again, as we see right now, those races continuing to come in. Let's give you a look of where those races stand right now. I'm going to pull up quickly my vote calculator here. This is information that we get hot off the press to give to you. Here is the race with the Attorney General right now. Josh Shapiro, the Democrat, firmly ahead with 5% reporting. He leads at 258,000 votes to 52,000 votes. In the Auditor General race, as we pull that up right now, you see Nina Ama, the Democrat. She's ahead with 216,000 electoral votes. Timothy DeFleur behind in the Republican category at 52,000. Moving along to PA Treasurer. Interesting race, as we've been saying. It's Joe Torsello with the lead, 220,000 votes compared to 49,000 for Republican challenger Stacey Garrity. Moving on to U.S. House District 15. Information coming in there. It's Robert Williams with the lead, 3% reporting over incumbent Republican Glenn Thompson. So those are the results as we see now. We do not have any data in at the moment for Dan Laughlin versus Julie Slomski. We also don't have any information yet for Mike Kelly versus Christy Ganibus, but we will make sure to give you that information as soon as we see prevalent. Also looking on Facebook for Facebook Lives by our reporters. They are out working diligently in the field. We've already heard from 3 of them. Lisa Adams, well, we've heard from 4 of them. Lisa Adams, John Last, Elspeth Meisner, and Paul Wagner have all been a part of this coverage here today. And right now, we have another reporter in the field. That's our Haley Potter. She is at a GOP watch party right now in Crawford County. She's doing a live video on Facebook right now. We're going to take her in progress.
Happened. Numbers coming in. Okay.
Sparta had 367 Trump and 59 for Biden.
Okay. So we can see that. Those numbers are highlighting in red for Sparta Township here, as again those numbers are coming in and as these people are reacting, so stay tuned as the night goes on.
So that was our Haley Potter here on Facebook Live. Just to give you an idea of where she is at, Haley Potter right now is at a GOP watch party in Crawford County. Interestingly enough, our Elspeth Meisner is going to a watch party in Crawford County for the Democratic Party. So much going on right now. We're also refreshing our social media, just looking to see if there is any sort of just updates that we can give you here. We are really at this point just keeping tied in to Pennsylvania and the other key swing states in the Electoral College. The latest state that's been called, Donald Trump for Arkansas. That came about 11 minutes ago from the Associated Press. Here's where the map stands right now, just to give you an idea. Right now, it's Donald Trump with 88 electoral votes. You see his votes in red here. A lot of southern states ranging from Kentucky down to Alabama. Joe Biden has dominated the East so far. He's won Vermont, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Connecticut, New Jersey, Delaware, Maryland, and D.C. To go with it, Illinois and Virginia. So a lot of states have still yet to have been called. A lot of states as well that are, at this point, still too close to call. However, we have a lot more races to come in here. Still at the moment, we are waiting on the state of Florida. Right now, it looks like the president is ahead by a couple of percentage points in the state of Florida. We're also updating you on other states as well. North Carolina is 68% of the way done with their voting. Right now, it looks like Joe Biden has a lead of about 6 points in North Carolina. At the moment, in Georgia, 25% of the vote in. Donald Trump holding a lead of about 14 percentage points in Georgia. Like we said in Florida, 2-point lead for Trump. In the state of Ohio, it's Joe Biden up by 12 points on Donald Trump with around half the vote in. That was the state that Trump won by double-digit points last year, so that's something we'll have to look at as well. Pennsylvania, the mother lode, 10% of the way in. It's Biden with the lead of about 200,000 electoral votes, but of course that state still very early as well. And we are just keeping you up to date and informed with all the latest information as we take a look at the White House right now on Erie News Now here. So again, continuing our live stream, our live coverage this evening. Isaac Petcash, Ethan Kibbe has been joining us throughout the night. Our Brissa Bradfield, with much thanks, being an awesome producer behind the scenes. She is doing a great job of just keeping us, number one, on the air, making sure that we hit our times correctly for our CBS cut-ins and things of that nature, just to make sure that we're not going overboard or underboard when it comes to those cut-ins. So just a lot of key things to look at here on this election day. And we're still young in the evenings, only 8:44. We have plenty of more polls to go here and a lot of poll closings that we have to look at as well. We're keeping an eye on the national feeds for you, the other feeds for you as well. Just a ton of votes coming in, and they're being counted fairly quickly, but we're just looking for that next state to come in. Will it be Florida? We don't know. Will it be will it be another state? We really have no idea. It's just a matter of trying to figure out exactly what the deal is in terms of all of these considerable states here. I'm taking a look right now as we speak at the data that we have. Nothing really too updated right now. We do want to give you a quick look at the Electoral College. I'm sorry, not the Electoral College, the popular vote out of the U.S. This is the popular vote right now. 11% of the votes in. You see the vote totals. It's close. Trump ahead roughly by 400,000 electoral votes. Not electoral votes, total votes, I should say. 17,795,000 compared to 17,303,000. So that's the latest information we have on that race here as we continue to update you on the biggest races here across the state of Pennsylvania and other states as well. Just looking to see if there's any other information that we can talk about here. One of the things we're also looking at closely, for the most part, is the United States Senate race. There was a possibility that coming into the night, the Senate could possibly flip. Republicans did have control of the Senate going into the evening, but the Democrats did have an opportunity to flip that Senate, by winning enough for majority control. Right now, you can see it is the Democrats with 38 votes, 38 seats, Republicans with 34. So a lot to look at here as we continue to update you on this Electoral College race. Go back to the ballot. Let's go back to the map one more time, shall we? That map to 270, filling in blue and red. It's Donald Trump with 61, Joe Biden with, 88. Votes continuing to come in all sorts of swing states, swing counties, and things of that nature. We are getting a lot of information as we see it come in here on our screen. Thanks again for joining us. Erie News Now live stream throughout the evening. We're seeing a ton, and I mean a ton, of coverage here on our page on Erie News Now and erienewsnow.com. Seems like our John Lass has finished up his live video. Earlier, we saw John Lass speaking to State Senator Dan Laughlin. His challenger, Julie Slomski, though, making a run for this position, and he had a chance to catch up with her just a few minutes ago. Let's join John Lass as he talks to Democratic challenger Julie Slomski.
This is John Last, and I'm in Mill Creek Square at the campaign headquarters of Julie Slomski, who's the Democratic candidate for state senate in the 49th District of Pennsylvania. The polls are closed, and it's nice to be able to talk to the candidates after a long, long campaign and a long, long day. So we have Julie Slomski here, and tell us about your day today.
It's been a great day. I got the chance to start off voting with my nephew and had a great long line there in Mill Creek 18 at J.S. Wilson, and had a great time traveling all throughout the 49th District, having great conversations with voters.
What were they telling you today? Did you get to gauge how the campaign's going by meeting with them today on Election Day?
Yes and no. A lot of folks would say, hey, my husband mailed in his ballot, but I came in person. But we're still, we're supporting you, don't worry. Conversations like that. A lot of folks, smiling and giving a thumbs up and little nod as they're walking by and waiting in line. But a lot of folks, like they said, it's just happy to be out. It's a beautiful day. But again, still worried about the pandemic. That was always still the frontline concern for everyone. Frontline workers and people just waiting in line.
The polls are closed, and the campaign started months ago. How do you feel right now, now that it's over? How would you describe the campaign and how everything has gone?
It's been a wonderful experience. I'm just so lucky to have so much support. My friends and family here on the ground and afar that have been helping us out, making phone calls, sending text messages, sending emails, really helping us out. But most importantly, new friends I've made along the trail. Having conversations about why the minimum wage needs to increase, why we need to protect our health care. But overall, it's been a great heartwarming experience, really reconnecting with old friends and meeting new friends as well.
It's been a lively campaign, a tough campaign. You glad it's over?
No, I mean, to me, it's all about, true public service and how we can make Erie better. And Erie County, we had, again, great conversations with folks. And that's been the most important thing to me, is having those conversations and finding ways to help.
Well, very good. Thank you for joining us. And now, as the polls are closed, it's time to count the votes. We'll see how many votes are counted today. This race, the results will not be in until maybe tomorrow, do you think, Julie?
Oh, I wish. We'll see how long that might take.
We'll see how long it takes. Until then, we'll see everyone next on Erie News Now at 10 o'clock.
And so we've now heard from John Last talking to both Julie Slomski and Dan Laughlin. You heard the comments from them, both remaining fairly confident about the results of what we're seeing right now in the polls. Again, just continuing to see right now what exactly is going on. I do want to update you on some numbers that we're seeing coming out of the critical swing states. We mentioned Florida. We've talked about North Carolina and Ohio. Let's give you the numbers right now from what we're seeing. In the state of Florida, 91% of the vote is in. Donald Trump with a 2.5-point lead in Florida. He has 5,224,000 electoral votes. Joe Biden just under that at 5.1 million. In the state of North Carolina, this is interesting. Joe Biden at the moment right now is currently ahead of Donald Trump by 6 points in North Carolina. 70% of the vote is in that state. In the state of Pennsylvania, 10% of the vote in. Biden ahead of Trump 65 to 34. In Ohio, half the votes in. Biden's lead is 11 points in that state as well. We are also looking at the states of Michigan and Wisconsin. Michigan polls closed an hour ago. Trump has an impressive lead with 8% of the vote in that state. Trump also ahead in the state of Georgia as well. And take a look at the state of Texas. We want to tell you what's going on right now in the state of Texas. Joe Biden ahead of Donald Trump, 50 to 48 with 63% of the vote reporting in the state of Texas. So a lot of stuff going on right now across our airwaves. A lot coming to you here on Erie News Now. Plus, we just continue to see a significant amount of votes being cast here as we look to the Electoral College, and we look towards the popular vote as well. We're going to see if we can get up some new updated numbers here tonight for you on this live stream. Let's take a quick look at the White House while we do that. And it seems like we have some fairly updated numbers, so we're going to go ahead and go to that right now, shall we? We shall. Let's go ahead and go to those votes right now. We shall start in the Pennsylvania race for president. 7% reporting according to our numbers, and it is Joe Biden ahead of Donald Trump, 383,000 to 100,000 votes. Moving along here in the race for the Attorney General. It's Josh Shapiro ahead, 79% compared to 19% for Heather Heidelbaugh, 6% reporting in that category. We move on to PA Auditor General. It's Nita Ahmad, 74% ahead of Timothy DeFore, 23% in that race. If you move on to the PA Treasurer, Torsella continuing his lead over Stacey Garrity by a fair margin. And in the House, District 15, take a look, just 4% in, but it's Robert Williams ahead of Glenn Thompson in that race right now. But the big race that we've been talking about, the presidential race, 88 votes for Joe Biden, 61 votes for Donald Trump. We just continue to watch the numbers come in and continue to watch the results come to us right now in the states such as Florida, in the states such as North Carolina, in the states such as Pennsylvania at the moment right now. So we're just, again, looking to see what we can get here. Again, I apologize for taking a couple of minutes here just to kind of chat about what's going on right now. Things, of course, quiet for the moment, but we do have some poll closings at 9 p.m. that we are waiting for. We do want to reiterate that information that came out of Nevada. Remember, the news out of Nevada was that some polls were going to be open past the deadline, which was obviously interesting to consider here, knowing how important the state of Nevada is for so many. All right, let's take a look now at the states that are going to be closing at 9 p.m. tonight. They make up 156 electoral votes, which is a critical number, especially knowing what we know right now in the Electoral College. Okay, here we go. Arizona, Colorado, Kansas, Louisiana, Michigan, that's a key swing state, Minnesota, another key swing state. It's joined by the states of Nebraska, New Mexico, New York, North and South Dakota, Texas, Wisconsin, key swing state, and Wyoming. Those are the polls that close in 5 minutes at 9 p.m. as we await here some more results. We want to get you a new result right now in the presidential race. We have a state call to make, and that is the state of Indiana. In the state of Indiana, we can project that President Trump will carry the 11 electoral votes that are allocated in the state of Indiana. The Associated Press just making the call moments ago. The president wins Indiana's 11 electoral votes and gets himself closer to Joe Biden's total of 88. So the scoreboard, as you can see, reads Joe Biden 88 electoral votes, Donald Trump 72 electoral votes. You need 270 to win the White House. And we're still waiting for the first major swing state to be called. We have not called a swing state yet. We are nearing the end of Florida right now. Florida is in the 90s for percent called. We have not called Florida yet, but we are still, of course, waiting for more information to be able to make that announcement on the state. But again, the vote right now, 88 to 72, Joe Biden over Donald Trump, as we stand right now here at our alert desk on this Tuesday night. Again, want to thank you for being with us here on this Tuesday. Isaac Petcash joining you back at the alert desk. We are waiting for several states to come in. Many states are counting their votes fairly quickly. We talked at the beginning of the day about how some states could potentially take a long time to count their ballots, but the southern states in particular, they are going fairly quickly. Florida, 91% of the vote in. North Carolina, up near 3/4 of the vote in as well. Those southern states counting votes very quickly, and it's not out of the question that we could get some sort of a state call in the next little while here on our alert desk. We're going to take a shot of the White House. Brissa Bradfield giving me a piece of paper, and it looks like we have a Facebook Live here that we're going to go to in just one moment from our Brianna Andrews. She is out and about this evening looking at polling places as we hit the 9 o'clock hour, and it looks like we do have that Facebook Live right now. So people, as we can see by the title, people are still waiting in line in Hayfield Township to vote, and it's 8:56, and the polls closed an hour ago nearly. But we'll go to our Brianna Andrews to find out more. Here she is.
Good evening, everyone. We are here in Hayfield Township giving you guys another look at the polls. Now, we do know that most polling places have closed at 8 p.m. The polls should have closed by 8 p.m., but I want to show you guys that there is still a line out here. Fortunately, it's not as long as it was before, but there are still people waiting. I'm going to walk down so you can kind of see. Now, we are 1 hour, basically, after the polls have closed, and people still have not voted. I know it's a little dark here. People are still online. They have not voted. It's a little dark here. For some reason, the light isn't on, but people have been waiting out here for hours. This is 1 hour after polls have closed. Now, if you're wondering, will their vote still count? Apparently, they cannot be turned away if they were online before 8 p.m. So, yes, their vote should count, but this is still people waiting here 1 hour after the polls have closed. Now, if you were watching earlier, this line 2 hours ago wrapped completely around this entire building. So it went all the way from over here where my finger is pointed, wrapping all the way around, all the way still around from here to there. So these are probably the people who were at the end of the line, hanging in there patiently. But this is just to show you how many people came out to vote today, at least at this location. This location also did have some issues earlier this morning as far as some machines that had some issues not counting the ballots properly. They had to replace that, but I know we did speak with county officials who said the poll workers are doing everything they can to get people in and out smoothly, but giving you guys another peek. Insane historical election. You can see a little bit inside there. It is packed in there, so who knows how long people will still have to wait to get their vote. Again, 1 whole hour. Now, we will be live at 10 o'clock. There may still be people out here. We're not sure. Just depends on how fast the line moves. But I can see a little bit inside. It is packed in there. So there's a good chance the people could be here for at least another 45 minutes to an hour. But, of course, we're going to keep you guys updated with everything that's going on in Crawford County. Until then, I'm live from Hayfield Township. Brianna Andrews.
All right, Brianna, thanks so much. Again, you see those lines. My goodness, they continue to be long. We're an hour past the polls closing in Pennsylvania, and we are still seeing votes coming in as the vote is being counted from the vote that's already been put up here. It is 9 o'clock on the East Coast. We are expecting another round of state calls in just one moment here. We will get to that in just a second, but before we do, we want to get to Jeff Bloodworth, my friend. He is from Gannon University. He is an aficionado of all things politics, and he has been following this race like no tomorrow right now. Jeff, thanks for taking some time. It's 9 o'clock. We've got our coffee. We've got our snacks here with us. What are you seeing right now in the political race? We're getting close to Florida potentially being called, other states as well in the southern corridor. What's the race shaping up right now from your eyes?
Well, for Democrats, they had one shot at an early knockout blow.
Hold on 1 second. I'm going to ask you to put on the microphone. Ask you to put that on for me. Sorry, we want to make sure we can hear you here. Your voice is too good not to have mic'd up here. Okay. 1 second. We're just getting that mic here for you here, Mr. Jeff Bloodworth. Okay. Now you can pick up where you left off.
So Democrats had one shot at an early knockout blow, which was Florida, and it seems that the vote in Miami-Dade County has gone with the president. And so the hopes of Democrats of sort of having this knockout blow by 9 or 10 p.m. Have been set back, and we're in for, we'll see for how long of a night it's going to be. I think all eyes of the political world have moved away from Florida and are looking towards North Carolina and Georgia at this point.
And we are looking at those two states, but right now we are going to make some critical calls, some calls in the presidential race that we are learning right now. Let us go ahead and start. These are the 9 p.m. poll closings, the states that we can call. We are predicting these all results per the Associated Press. We start with North Dakota. Donald Trump will win North Dakota's 3 electoral votes. The president will also win Wyoming's 3 electoral votes, as well as Louisiana, if I can look at it down here, is 8 electoral votes. We have some wins for Joe Biden. He'll win New York, the de facto home state of the last Democratic running contestant, Hillary Clinton. He'll win New York. He will also win the state of New Mexico, which that was a fairly contested race, Jeff, back in 2016, but he is winning that state.
Yeah, the president thought at least a couple of years ago that they were going to make a run of it in New Mexico. An early call for New Mexico is pretty good news for the vice president.
And we also have one more projection to make. That is the state of Nebraska, right in the middle of the United States. Donald Trump will pick up that in Nebraska as he picks up those 5 electoral votes. So you look at the board right now, 122 votes for Joe Biden. And as we see right now, 91 votes in for President Donald Trump as we continue to update our electoral college map here. We're going to get that to you in just 1 second here when that updates. But Jeff, we continue to see not really any swing state called yet. In your mind, as we look at this board here, what are we seeing specifically in the Electoral College that may be standing out to you?
Well, if the president did indeed win Nebraska, which includes the Nebraska 2nd and Omaha, that is a surprise that that's been called that early.
Let's take a look here. I want to make sure here that we are getting that correct. Otherwise, I'll have to take the 2nd Congressional District out. It looks like the AP projecting that Donald Trump wins Nebraska. We'll keep an eye on that congressional district. Not sure if that includes all 5 electoral votes, but we will keep that in his category for the moment as the AP is calling it, but we'll keep an eye on that. But still some races left to be called here.
Oh, yes, there is so much.
So again, Jeff, what are you looking at right now? What are some of the things that are interesting to you?
Well, if Nebraska's second did indeed go to the president at such an early time, then what we're looking at is a suburban vote that's not nearly going towards Vice President Biden the way the Democrats thought it might. And so that could bode well for the president when it comes to Atlanta and Charlotte, because that's what we're looking at. In the Georgia race, half the vote in Georgia is the Atlanta vote. And my understanding is the Atlanta vote has yet to come in fully. And so that's what I'm looking at in the next half hour to an hour. When does the Atlanta vote come in?
Yeah, we are, of course, looking at some live video right now. It looks like we do have a conference by Governor Tom Wolf, if that's correct. We're going to try to bring that up right now for you. We are going to interrupt Mr. Bloodworth for just a second. We're going to bring you this conference for Governor Tom Wolf, his update on the election right now.
Early in person by mail ballot for any reason or no reason at all. And at that point, we had not even yet heard of COVID-19. Well, we've now seen that Pennsylvanians embrace that in record numbers. Pennsylvania, since Act 77 was signed into law, Pennsylvania has conducted 2 successful elections in which we implemented new secure voting systems in all 67 counties, implemented mail-in ballot and early voting, and we did all of this in a global pandemic. And that is thanks to the incredible work of our county election directors in conjunction with the Department of State. With everything that our country and our Commonwealth has faced this year, we are constantly reminded why our democracy and our exercise of our fundamental rights is so important. And I want to thank every single Pennsylvanian who exercised their precious right to vote. I'm happy to report that today's election in the Commonwealth went remarkably smoothly. We have no major or widespread events to report. Our team answered more than 5,000 calls today to the Commonwealth's toll-free voter information hotline. There were mostly standard issues. So a handful of counties reported late opening polling places, which happens every election. There were lines at some polls. There was some confusion over the use of provisional ballots, which were used in higher numbers today because some voters who applied for mail ballots and then chose to go vote in person, because this was a brand new law, the poll workers didn't always know to have those voters who surrendered their ballots vote by regular systems, so they voted by provisional ballot. And again, those ballots will be counted. It's just, Act 12 of 2020 that was passed in March still has some learning curve to get through. A handful of counties ran low on provisional ballots or regular paper ballots, but they were able to replenish them. So we are not aware of any counties that ended up extending polling hours as a result of anybody not being able to vote. In cases where we had voter complaints, we directed those to the county election offices, and they were able to follow up. I know a lot of people were, asked questions about and were concerned about protests, demonstrations, civil unrest, voter intimidation. I'm happy to report that we had no reports of violence at any polling places today. There were a few reports of voters feeling intimidated that were resolved by calls to the counties. There was an individual who accidentally shot himself. That was in Northampton County, but he was able to drive himself to the hospital. There was a recent report right before the close of the polls of a volunteer with the Pennsylvania Democrats who was shot by a paintball gun from a moving vehicle. So that just happened right before the close of the polls, and I don't have more information on that. I want to thank our partners at PEMA as well as county election officials for their diligence and hard work in making sure that voters could go safely to the polls. As Governor Wolf said, and we've said many times before, the tabulation of the election results is going to take some time. We're going to be providing up-to-date information as the counties report it on both in-person votes, mail-in votes, and provisional ballots once those start being counted. Vote totals by candidate will be found on our usual website at electionreturns.pa.gov. And meanwhile, at votespa.com/counting, you will find regular updates tracking the progress. So ballots that have been counted, but ballots that have yet to be counted precincts counted, precincts yet to be counted. I understand that dashboard went down for 15 minutes or so, but my understanding is it's back up. And it didn't go down. It wasn't tracking accurately. I think some of you might have reported it, so thank you for that. It's now been fixed and back up and running. The counties, as you know, are committed to counting votes as quickly as they can. I understand that several counties have already reported large numbers of results from their mail-in and absentee ballots. And as Governor Wolf said, the top priority, of course, is to count every ballot accurately and securely, and accurately as quickly as humanly possible. As of a little earlier today, so I want to just be clear, most counties, I think, didn't have a chance to upload the ballots that they received today. So the numbers that I have so far, but I expect that this will be updated tomorrow through 8 p.m. tonight, was that 2,553,094 mail ballots were recorded, which is almost 83% of the ballots that were sent out. But again, many counties have not yet uploaded the ballots that were cast today. I want to again thank the county election officials across the Commonwealth for their incredible hard work throughout all this year, today, and in the days to come. They have just completely risen to the challenges that were before them, unlike any other year before us. So I want to also thank poll workers, all of our election partners, including both the federal and the state Department of Homeland Security, Department of Military and Veterans Affairs and National Guard, Pennsylvania State Police, Office of Information Technology, PEMA, the Attorney General, and many others who really have done just tremendous work to make sure that our preparedness and security were top-notch across the Commonwealth. Thank you all, and we're happy to take questions.
Let me just say one thing. It's interesting for an election that had as many passions as this election seems to have had. The issues that Secretary Bookvar just outlined are really run-of-the-mill issues that we've had in pretty much every election. And I think the extraordinary thing is what a great job she and her team at the Department of State did, once again, shepherding Pennsylvania through the process of an election, especially since so much of it is new and different in this election. We had a lot of the same things in the primary, but this a lot of new things, a lot of new things to learn for all the folks out at the polls around the Commonwealth. So now we'll be happy to take questions, and when I say we, I mean she'll take most of. Yes. We're prepared. We have, back in 2018, I think, created a joint task force of different organizations within the state dealing with issues of security, like the state police, even the cybersecurity team and the Office of Administration, the National Guard, the Department of Homeland Security, Pennsylvania Emergency Management Agency. I know I'm missing somebody, but they've all been working together. And the idea is that you don't plan to have any issues, but to make sure that they're all working together to be able to respond if and when something does occur. At this point, we don't anticipate anything, but if something were to arise in any part of the Commonwealth, we're ready. This is for you.
So I genuinely don't think that those seven counties represent a tiny fraction of the overall 2.5 million ballots cast. So I just want to be clear, those 7 counties waiting till tomorrow, they still are largely going to be done before some of the larger counties. It's not going to impact the overall time frame at all for the presidential race. You know, I think I spoke earlier today about some of the local races. That's really where it is going to make a difference. I've made it very clear that, I wish that they we're all counting today, but they do statutorily have the ability to wait. What I can tell you is I genuinely believe that every one of them is dedicated to getting it done as quickly as humanly possible, and they do want to focus on running the election today. And honestly, this is why it really was so important for the legislature to make the change to allow pre-canvassing to happen for days, if not weeks, before Election Day, because Election Day is the busiest day of the year for the election offices. So, I hope that this will be, another opportunity for the legislators to see how important it was. The governor and I advocated very strongly for this change, and I still hope that it will happen for future elections. Yes. I'm sorry, I missed what county? I did not hear of any 5-hour lines. So it wasn't reported to us any 5-hour lines by voters or by the county. So I'm not sure if that's an accurate representation or if that might be misinformation. Do you know? Yeah.
No, I don't know whether that particular case, but we did have long lines all across the state. And I think we were expecting that because so many people voted early that the lines might not be as long, but there's a lot of passion. There are a lot of people who really wanted to vote. And I think what we're seeing in Pennsylvania with long lines all across the state is what people are seeing in other states around the country already, that there have been long lines all around the country. So I don't know about that particular one. We don't know about that. And but again, none of the things we've seen move beyond the run-of-the-mill issues that arise in each and every election where you have a problem here or something that happens here that's sort of unusual. We haven't had that. Any other questions for Secretary Bookfar? Which one?
So as you know about the GOP litigation concerning curing ballots, they're saying that the Secretary of State issued guidance that broke the law. So
I'm going to let her answer this question.
Yeah, so the GOP are claiming that your guidance broke the law, and now they're in litigation against you. And so what are your comments? Do you think you broke the law?
You probably won't be surprised to hear me say no. We don't think we broke the law. And I can't discuss active litigation in any detail, but I can tell you that the claims we completely dispute. Any other questions? Yes. Sorry. Okay, go next. For me or for the governor? Okay.
My question is about the USPS sweep today and whether you guys heard whether they recovered any ballots during this or what the results were.
I have not heard whether they've uncovered any ballots. I did see a report that the Postal Service refused to do the sweeps in multiple places, but I just saw that when I was right before I was coming over here, and I don't know how that impacted Pennsylvania. So we'll get back to you on that.
You're not sure if they refused to do the sweeps?
No, I saw a report that they refused to do the sweeps, but I don't know the regions that it covered. So I'm going to reach out to the Attorney General who was involved in the litigation and find out where that is.
Do you guys have any indication so far that the number of ballots that might be rejected because of defects, or is it still too soon?
It's still too soon. Yeah. Jan.
You have some of my questions. I was just wondering about, do you have any sense at all about turnout? I mean, anything that you can share at all about?
I was saying earlier, some of my colleagues across the country where they use e-poll books across their states, they can track turnout hour by hour throughout the day. We don't have e-poll books, we have, I think, in fewer than 10 counties. So we don't know turnout until the counties report their precincts reporting. So we'll get back to you on that. Yes, for me or for the governor? Okay.
Do we have any sense at this point whether or not you're seeing a large volume of naked ballots turning up?
So I don't have, as you know, the canvassing, particularly in the larger counties, is still going on. So we won't have a full picture until that's done. But from what I've heard, and again, this is very initial reports, I don't think the numbers were huge. But I can't quantify what that means. But it didn't seem like, a tremendous, it seemed like our public education campaigns worked and the voters got those messages by and large. Yes, from me or for the governor? Okay.
I wanted to follow up on the ballot carrying suit. I know you said you can't comment on current litigation, but hypothetically speaking, if they ruled in favor of the petitioners, could you just speak to the impact you think that would have?
Yeah, I mean, so that case involved two things, as I understand it. One was the counties announcing in the canvass the names of voters whose ballots had deficiencies, or providing that information to the candidate or the party representatives. There is absolutely nothing in Pennsylvania law that prohibits that practice. That was an opportunity for the parties, both parties, all candidates, to choose to contact the voters to let them know that they had a deficiency and that they could vote by provisional ballot. That's completely valid. The other claim was similarly it was whether even the voters had the ability to vote by provisional ballot if they had a deficiency. And that's what the provisional ballot law exists for, is to allow every qualified voter to have the opportunity to have their vote counted. Because my understanding is that there's not overwhelming numbers of voters who were in these positions, so I don't think this is going to be, a huge issue no matter which way it goes, but I am confident that it will. And already a court, one of the county courts that addressed both these issues, already ruled against the same people who sued me. So we already have at least one court agreeing with the Department of State on this. Sure. Any other questions?
You heard that in a couple counties there was translation issues that had arisen, and I know that you said before the election, that you had kind of made accommodations for that. So what went wrong?
So that was in York County, and a lawsuit has been brought by the ACLU just within the last couple of hours of the polls closing. So I don't know the resolution of that, but it did involve language access that they said it was not being provided to voters to voters who are required to have the Spanish language translations available to them. So you could track that litigation. That doesn't involve the Department of State, but it was brought by the ACLU. Yes.
There was a question about an unknown number of ballots in Butler County that were requested and not received. Do you have any further information on that situation? And also, do you know if this was an issue in other counties around Pennsylvania? Lots of hundreds of thousands of people calling and asking for my ballot.
So Butler's circumstances seemed fairly unique, and I have to say that their numbers, just in tracking. Oh, and by the way, we will be posting, and maybe we already have posted, just so that you all have this. It's not on the dashboard, but it's on the page that you would go to on votespa.com, where you could both click on the link to the election returns and you can click on the dashboard link. We posted a link that shows you the latest, broken down by county, mail ballots cast, broken down by party. So you can see what party. So on our dashboard, it's statewide, the chart, but you can click on the link and it will show you broken down by county. But that's just an aside, so thank you for reminding me, though you didn't realize you were reminding me to say that. But for Butler County, if you look at their tracking, they actually caught up quite a bit with the ballots that were cast. And so the efforts that I think the county took to contact those voters seem to have worked. So they were, I don't recall the exact number or percentage where they were, but they were much farther ahead than they had been a couple of days ago.
coverage you can count on. This is an Erie News Now election update.
Hi, everyone. Welcome inside Erie News Now here on this election evening. Isaac Petcash joining you. I'm joined right now by Jeff Bloodworth out of the University of Gannon. Jeff, I swear, you came in here and all of a sudden all of the news just broke because we have some breaking news to get to you out of the out of Pennsylvania. I want to first give you this. We're just getting this results right now for the district in terms of what we're seeing for the 16th District Congress and the 49th District for State Senate. Let's take a look at those votes right now. You take a look right now.
In which York is, which would be probably
is ahead of Mike Kelly
district
with 10% of the precincts reported.
Okay.
2,700
So I'm not. I
votes,
apologize. I don't know which court it was filed, but it could well be the federal
of the state
court.
Senate has
makes
been
sense because it
predicted
involved
here.
federal
You see Julie Slomski
issues.
trailing Dan Laughlin.
Sure.
3,287
Thank you, everyone. We'll see you at 11.
And 5. And as we bring our Jeff Bloodworth here, we're also getting more information from what we're hearing. This is according to John Leidick. We're hearing this from our newsroom. 1,000 ballots in Erie County are being challenged. Our Lisa Adams are telling us that the reason that that's the case is that they weren't in the outer envelope, which would make them on ineligible ballots. And so, Jeff, a lot to get to. We see the results coming in, 1,000 ballots being challenged. Break us down what that kind of means when it comes to the electoral votes.
Well, I think it's what we expected, that there's going to be, with Pennsylvania being very new to the mail-in ballot kind of culture, and we expected the fact that the very particular rules could lead to challenges. And if this election becomes as close as the president wants it to be, all eyes are going to turn to Pennsylvania, and then those eyes turn to how you're going to count the ballots, and then we move to the courts. Now, we're a long way from that because there's a lot of states that still haven't come in, but the president thus far is kind of holding serve, and they're trying to get to the point where the court challenges to these ballots are going to perhaps spell the difference.
And talking with our Jeff Bloodworth. Jeff, give us an idea right now of what you're seeing in the Electoral College and what that means at the current moment from what you're hearing.
Right now, the president is holding serve. It looks Florida, it seems to be moving into the president's column. North Carolina, my understanding is that the president is doing quite well there. One would think if Florida and North Carolina are moving towards the president, Georgia might not be far behind. If you are Vice President Biden, your eyes are moving west to Texas and Arizona.
Right.
And so right now we're looking at not an early knockout, but we're moving into a long night.
And I'm going to go ahead and take the numbers right now that we're getting from our Brissa Bradfield here as we take a look at the White House. Brissa sending in those numbers just to us. Again, these are pieces of information regarding the race between Dan Laughlin and Julie Slomski, Mike Kelly and Chrissy Ganibas, races we thought to be close at the beginning of the night. Give us an idea of what you're thinking in terms of those races from what you've heard so far.
Well, it's Western Pennsylvania. The president is popular, especially in the rural areas of Western Pennsylvania. You would think that the president would have coattails for members of Congress and state Senate Republicans. Both the Republican incumbents had vigorous challenges, but it was always an uphill climb for these Democratic challengers.
Taking a look again at the Electoral College map, several states still too close to call right now. We're bringing in again our political expert, Jeff. Jeff, the question becomes as these states get very close to being called, at what point do the pollsters say, we have confidence that we'll be able to call the states? What would require them to be able to make that call here?
I think everybody's being exceptionally careful. My understanding is, I think everyone is going above and beyond. Florida, my understanding, if this were 2016 or 2012, my sense is Florida would have been called by now. But out of abundance of caution, I think it's going to be very late in the evening before these states are going to be called.
That's Jeff Bloodworth from the Gannon University talking to us as we continue our coverage. Make sure to stay tuned in to ENN Plus, channel 35.3, as well as our social media sites as well, Facebook and Twitter. We have all the latest information as we continue our live stream on our election coverage here on Erie News Now. And as we come back on the air for you with this cut-in that we just concluded here, we are hearing new information out of the Electoral College. Let's go ahead and update what we're hearing right now. We are being told that Joe Biden has won the District of Columbia. You see us with that update there. That puts him at 122 electoral votes to President Trump's 91 electoral votes as we bring back in our Jeff Bloodworth with us here. We want to break down what we just said in the last few minutes because it's a lot of information that we just gave to you. We're going to start with the numbers out of the local races here, if I can get them up here today. Let's take a look at those numbers now. So we start with the 49th District Senate race. This is Julie Slomski versus Dan Laughlin. This information just coming in moments ago, and you see the current incumbent Republican senator ahead by about 1,100 votes. Jeff, what does this say for you early on here?
Well, I think it reveals the strength of the Republican vote, and if I were, I think the Republicans are thinking that this is a strong indicator that Republicans have turned out in kind of Erie County and kind of outside of Erie County. It bodes well, obviously, for Congressman Kelly. And what the president absolutely needs in order to win Pennsylvania is a very strong vote out of Western PA. And 2016, he barely won Erie County, and I think you can argue that Erie County is the swing county in the swing state. It shows at least that that the Democrats are not lagging behind.
And of course, we are seeing in significant terms the other race as well. Let's take a quick look at our representative for Congress in the 16th district. You see a bit of a lead for the challenger, the Democratic challenger, Christy Ganibas, with the lead of about 100 votes over incumbent Republican Mike Kelly. This is a incumbent Republican that attended the Donald Trump rally. He was hoping for re-election for yet another term. As we bring back in our Ethan Kibbe here, he's joining myself and Jeff Bloodworth this evening. Ethan, you've been breaking down the numbers as well, both in the presidential and the local race. We are seeing the states tighten up. We're seeing these races tight as well.
Oh, absolutely. We've really been looking big picture on that presidential race, especially here in Pennsylvania. Right now, the state looking good for Joe Biden, but it is super early. We're only dealing with about 10% of our data right now. We are seeing some of those counties that we knew would be important for President Trump. He's doing okay, but not great, or Joe Biden is even doing well. Counties like Luzerne County, Lackawanna County, that the president flipped and flipped hard in 2016. Up in Scranton, that area, coal workers, right, used to go heavily Democratic.
Sure.
Used to be a blue stronghold. The president really swept in there 4 years ago, but now the Democrats are starting to claw back a little bit. That's not great news for the president, who knows he needs those votes in your non-urban areas. We don't have many data right now from the collar counties, right around Philadelphia County. Those are going to play a huge role because that's where, well, the people are. And
sure.
That's where the voters are, and that's where we get our votes from. But we're seeing Ohio really tighten up right now, Isaac. Earlier in the evening, that had been pretty heavily favoring Joe Biden. Now, last I checked, we had about 2/3 of the vote in, and it had shrunk to a 4-point race, so that's likely going to be tight.
It's now less 2.7, according to several of our data
There
polls.
we go. Okay.
Right.
It was 10 maybe minutes ago that I checked. That's
right.
how much it's tightening up.
Right.
I'd seen North Carolina at a 2-point race. Last I'd seen. Do you have any update on that?
Looks like right now it is less than 2 points, 50.3 for Joe Biden, 48.5 for Donald Trump, so at 1.8 within that margin there. 80% of the vote reporting. Ethan and Jeff, you can make the argument it's critical that the president win not one, but both of those states to have a chance for re-election.
Yeah, North Carolina and Ohio. He has to. North Carolina, Ohio are utterly crucial for him to have any opportunity.
Right, especially if there's that if there's that chance of him not taking Pennsylvania, he's got to have those plus some of those Midwestern states where polls just closed at 9 o'clock.
So in terms of what we're now hearing from Ethan, Jeff, what does that tell you in terms of what we're seeing in the presidential race? We're seeing these counties, these states come in, North Carolina, Florida, utterly close to being 100% reported. If you're in the Biden or Trump camp, where would you rather be right now if you had to pick?
If I still would prefer to be Vice President Biden. The president's having a good night in the Gulf South, but he has to run the table in North Carolina, Georgia, Florida, also Texas, Arizona, Ohio, and Iowa, and then move to Pennsylvania. It's a tough uphill climb. The president has had from 7 to 9:30 has had a very good evening, but he's about a third of the way there, just in the swing states. Until then, you can make Pennsylvania the deciding state.
And that's really what we might end up looking at tonight. We might be sitting here waiting on results from Pennsylvania to decide who wins the White House.
Ethan, you are the number cruncher here tonight. We're looking at several states that could be called next. Are you looking in particular at a state that you think could be on the verge of being called here in the next, let's say, half hour or so before the 10 p.m.
Isaac, I don't want to say anything just yet. Let me go look at more data before I say that definitively, because I hate to toss things out there like that and then all of a sudden it doesn't happen. But we can tell you that polling data looked very good in the industrial Midwest here, Minnesota, Michigan, Wisconsin for Joe Biden. We just got to kind of see a little bit more data there before we start talking about those. And Isaac, truthfully, that data may be out there, and I just haven't seen it yet.
Sure.
One of those things where we're running around, and I don't want to be misleading here at all.
Sure thing. And again, Ethan continuing to crunch the numbers. We are seeing the southern states getting fairly close. We're going to let Ethan go ahead and go at the moment here as he is continuing our election coverage here on this this Tuesday night. It's hard for me to even remember what night it is at this point. We're back with Jeff, though. Jeff Bloodworth from Gannon University, Director of School of Public Service and Global Affairs. Jeff, on a night like tonight, if you're a voter, you can always, you can be premature if you want. You can want to just be able to say, we're going to call it one way or another. If you're a voter, what should you be looking for tonight in terms of a race getting called or something for the president?
Well, if I'm looking at Georgia and I'm looking at Texas and Arizona, where is the vote coming in? If it's Atlanta, if it's Georgia, how much of the vote from Atlanta has come in? Half the vote in Georgia comes from kind of the greater Atlanta metropolitan area. In Texas, which is a tight race, how much of the Houston vote has come in? How much of the Dallas vote has come in? Democrats have become dominant in the suburbs of the large cities in Texas. Arizona, where the returns are minuscule at this point, it's all about Maricopa County. It's all about Phoenix. I would be looking at, there are going to be some vote totals that are out there, but what you want to see is how much of the Phoenix vote has come out. So that's where I would be looking at where, how much of the urban vote is in, and that's the way to understand, if it's Biden up by 5 or the president up by 3. It's all dependent upon where are those vote totals coming from.
Yeah, and this is, of course, information that we're looking at. This is a fluid situation. We're continuing to look at our numbers, and let's go to those numbers right now. We'll give you the rundown of where we are right now in the presidential and local races. We start with Donald Trump versus Joe Biden in the popular vote. Look at how close it is, roughly just a quarter of the vote reporting nationwide. You see the incumbent Republican ahead by just about 900,000 votes. Nearly 60 million ballots already cast. You mentioned, Jeff, were projected by about 20% to break the record from break 2016 vote margin, which is certainly critical in that area as well. We're also seeing as well the Electoral College. We have it at 122 to 92 in favor of Joe Biden as we currently sit right now. You take a look at that Electoral College map at the moment. Moving along now to Pennsylvania, 15% reported according to our numbers. Take a look at this. Joe Biden, a 13-point lead as we currently sit, 560,000 votes to just under 430,000 for the president. That a state that both candidates said they cannot win the presidency without winning Pennsylvania. Moving along here, in Erie County, take a look at this. This is the numbers coming in from Erie County in terms of the numbers for the president. 10% in. You could cut the difference with a knife. Look at this, just a difference of 35 votes right now, 2794 for Biden, 2795 for Trump. So these numbers in Erie County so incredibly close here. As we're looking at the early reporting from Erie County, just goes to show it looks like, Jeff, Erie County, like it was in 2016, is on the verge of becoming yet another very, very tight race in Erie County.
Yeah, this is as close as it absolutely can be. 90% of the vote is still out. It's impossible to make any sort of kind of understanding from that. It's what you would expect is going to be close.
Let's continue to roll through the numbers here, shall we? We then go to the Attorney General's numbers. Josh Shapiro has a lead, but it has tightened his lead at about 25%. Right now over Heather Heidelbaugh, he has 525,000 votes compared to 308. Moving on to the Auditor General. Nina Ahmad's lead has shrunk again. Timothy DeFore, the Republican, still trailing, but not as much so, by about 140,000 votes as we see it there on our screen. Moving on to the race for Pennsylvania Treasurer. Joe Torsella, 59% of the vote for him with 12% in. He has 495,000 votes, 318 for Stacey Garrity, the Republican challenger. Now we get to some of the more local races. We take a look at the U.S. House District 15. Robert Williams had the lead for a little while, but it has flipped in a big hurry. Incumbent Republican Glenn Thompson with a big lead, 55,000 votes compared to 26,000 for the Democratic challenger. Now we move to where we are seeing the local race totals. And this is the most updated information for the local race. In the House District 16, we saw the numbers coming in just a short while ago. These numbers a little bit off of what we were seeing in the last numbers. Of course, we saw the Erie County numbers, but we're seeing in the state of Pennsylvania, Mike Kelly with 2% reporting ahead, 62 to 38% of Christy Ganibus. Moving along, State Senate District 21, Scott Hutchinson, Republican incumbent, is in the lead there as well over Democratic challenger Shelby Strohmeyer. The big race that we've been expecting to be close is Dan Laughlin versus Julie Slomski in the state Senate. Right now, the Republican incumbent has the lead, 3,200 electoral votes compared to 2,100 for Democratic challenger Julie Slomski. We are seeing right now about 4% of the vote reported there. And with 4% of the vote reported, look at this. Greg Hayes, a little bit of an early lead over incumbent Democrat Ryan Bizzarro. Bizzarro expected to hold that race, but a bit of a lead for the Republican challenger here early on. So that is where we stand currently in the race in the local races. In the national race, we do want to get to a state call. We're going to make that state call right now. Associated Press is giving the state of Colorado to Joe Biden. Joe Biden has won the state of Colorado's 9 electoral votes. It was a state carried by Hillary Clinton back in 2016. That puts Biden at 131 electoral votes, 92 I should say, for Donald Trump, the current president of the United States. So we are seeing the race continuing to move along. Again, this is according to the Associated Press. Those are our numbers right now. You take a look at the map in color. We're still waiting for states like Florida, North Carolina, Michigan, Wisconsin, Ohio, Pennsylvania to be called. Nothing called yet. And as we bring back Jeff Bloodworth full screen here, a lot of numbers to get to.
Yeah.
What's popping off the chart for you right now?
What I do find stunning are the state races in Pennsylvania. And those numbers are votes today. And the Democrats in the state races are far ahead of the Republicans, and that's all based on today's vote, not on the banked vote. If I were a Republican, I would be. I'm sure President Trump's people are watching that. That's telling in Pennsylvania that we've had, in the Gulf South, we've had the president looking like he's eking out some victories in what had been already razor-tight races. But Pennsylvania is looking like, at least if you kind of just look at those state races, Democrats ahead based on vote totals, in person today. That's a promising sign for Democrats.
Yeah, we're taking a look at these races yet again here as we move through in the Pennsylvania races. And one of the things that we were trying to figure out, the big question was, if the state goes one way, will the presidency go that way too, and vice versa? I'm wondering what your thought is, Jeff, on that as we roll through these races here. Do you sense a similarity in what we see in terms of the state races going one way and the national race going the same way?
Ticket splitting used to be a normal part of American political life. The hyperpartisanship of the last 20 years means there's less ticket splitting. The state races and the federal races, you might have an outlier here and there. You might have a beloved member of Congress who has established a long-standing relationship with constituents that can buck a tide. But the state races are going to go the same way as the federal races almost always in 2020 in this hyperpartisan environment. So keep an eye on the state races. It looks like some more numbers have come in, and those numbers have tightened. But, you know, if for Republicans to win Pennsylvania, what they needed was to be far ahead on the same day vote. And right now, the Democrats are ahead. If they're close to parity, that becomes extraordinarily difficult for the president and the Republicans to overcome.
And Jeff Bloodworth joining us now. We're going to bring in our Mike Ruzzi at the desk right now. Him and Jeff exchanging some fist bumps. Mike, move in just a tad bit. Actually, we're okay. We're going to get you a 3-shot here on this Tuesday evening. Mike Ruzzi has been manning the desk for us, the anchor desk tonight. He's been giving us the breakdown of all of the races, what we need to know. And Mike, you, of course, a veteran of election nights. You have been through a few yourself. What we're seeing right now, give us an idea of what your thoughts are on this presidential election here so far.
Well, I'm really focused on North Carolina right now and Ohio, and they're both so razor thin, Jeffrey. It's just unbelievable to see, and we're looking now at the State House District 3 race on our screen where Gregory Hayes with a very early lead on Ryan Bizzarro. But right now for me, it's North Carolina, it's Ohio, still a long way to go in Pennsylvania, so let's see what happens in North Carolina tonight. That's going to be such a key, don't you think?
Yeah, North Carolina and Ohio, I mean, quite different demographically. I think Democrats had looked much more positively upon their chances in North Carolina. It seems that's moving into the president's column. But my understanding is that Ohio is more competitive from the Democratic side than they actually anticipated. And so Ohio is a place that used to be a swing state. It looks like it's returning to form.
It's about an 80,000 vote difference in Ohio right now, so it's very close there. Michigan, early results out of Michigan, Jeffrey. Great start by the president there. He's up. It's early, but he is way up in Michigan.
2016, we saw some systematic polling errors. Polling experts had believed that they had adjusted those polling errors, that there were many and better state polls out there. We shall see. I mean, all Democratic hopes of winning, right, and Republican hopes for that matter, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. If Joe Biden has any chance of winning this, he has to win Michigan and Wisconsin. And it looks like there's some early promising returns to the vice president in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, over 90% on Florida so far,
Correct.
and the president did awfully well in Miami-Dade County. You know, you go back to 2016, Hillary Clinton did well there. Joe Biden not so well tonight. So that county, it's just these certain counties in certain states just determine everything.
Florida is a torture chamber, apparently, for Democrats.
Watch it.
Biden did better in many of the counties than Clinton in 2016, except for the stronghold of Miami-Dade, the Cuban and Venezuela immigrant communities. The president's campaign strategy of tying him to socialism apparently worked.
Yes.
I want to quickly, gentlemen, mention as you're talking right now, looking at the polling in Ohio, it looks like the lead for Vice President Biden is now 18,000 votes.
Wow.
It's a 0.2% lead, 80,000 votes in North Carolina, about 80% reporting. So like you said, the state races continue to tighten.
I have a question for Jeffrey. Just going into your classroom, what's the mindset of your students? What did they think about tonight? Just take us into the classroom a little bit.
Well, I think it's nerve-wracking. I mean, 2020, as we all know, has been a very challenging year. A lack of surety, what's going to happen in the future. And that's not a statement about who they want to win or not to win, but it sort of fits into the entire year. We did, on the day before the election, the students kind of predicted the results, and the majority predicted that the vice president would win. But my sense was it was just a nervousness because they just didn't know, and a dread of how long this might draw out. And my sense is, you know, across the nation, there's a desire for surety, that this not to get kicked down the road and to go into the courts. And there was just nervousness, a desire to know the result of the election in a reasonable period of time, over 2 or 3 days.
Did you get the feeling that the young vote would come out? Did you sense more passion here in 2020 with the young voters?
There was definitely more passion in 2020 as opposed to 2016. It was not on the level of 2008. I mean, there was a sense that from their perspective, neither candidate, you know, both in their 70s, not really speaking to them and their issues. But there was a lot of interest. But at the same time, there was a sense of disappointment that their favored candidates in both the Republican and Democratic Party didn't win the nomination. Lots of interest, lots of dread, lots of kind of insecurity, wanting more than anything to just, let's get an answer and let's, kind of muddle through 2020 because surely 2021 will be better.
As the pace really begins to pick up as we get closer to the 10 o'clock hour, what's the telltale sign you're looking for as we start to move on in this process?
The telltale sign, we're looking to Texas, we're looking to Arizona. I mean, it's seeming that if the president is doing well in North Carolina, Georgia, and Florida, I think we're going to see similar things in Texas and Arizona. And then I think all eyes then turn to Pennsylvania. We're going to see what North Carolina turns into, how much of the Atlanta vote comes in for Georgia. Maricopa County, I think, is what we're looking at next. Texas, I think, is very tight, but I think Vice President Biden, they're looking for the returns from Phoenix and Maricopa County.
When we spoke Sunday night through Zoom, I said to you, I feel like there's a tide turning because the president was crisscrossing the state, the vice president, all out, all the time, boots on the ground. How much did that final push help him, do you think?
Well, in 1996, Bob Dole did much the same thing.
Okay.
And polls showed him down by 10, 11 points, and he narrowed it to 8. And so old-fashioned boots on the ground campaigning, it works in certain elections, getting folks excited. It's a different kind of year. It looks like, at least in Georgia and Florida, in North Carolina, it looks like the president's strategy might be holding that wall, and all eyes turn to the West.
Late September, and we talked about this before as well, the president was up by 9, maybe 10 points in Pennsylvania. The last 2 polls I saw over the last couple of days, it was like 2%. What happened from the end of September till now?
That's a very good question. I mean, the different polls are saying different things. I think the average I saw was about 4 to 5%. Republicans are coming home. People are returning to their kind of normal partisan camps. The memory of the debate and the president's COVID positive kind of test have faded. Polls always tighten. Elections always tighten the closer, as you get to election day. The president has a hold on a following here in Pennsylvania, a normally Democratic state. He has found a secret sauce for certain Democratic voters. And he's running a spirited campaign. It's what should have been expected.
I got one more question for you before I have to go back to the studio. Last night we had on a Gannon graduate, Harry Hairston, who started his career here, went from here to Tampa to Detroit, Michigan, and then wound up his career as an investigative reporter in Philadelphia. So he's worked in these swing states, got to know all the voters well. So I asked Harry, does he think the African-American vote will come back out like it did in 2012? And he told me that he felt in 2016 that African-Americans felt their vote didn't matter, but now that vote does matter. Do you see a surge back to 2012 as far as those numbers go?
Reports today are very mixed. That is what the vice president's hopes. If Arizona and Texas fall through, it becomes Pittsburgh and Philadelphia and the African-American vote in Detroit as well. I can tell you, in the precinct I live in, which is a heavily African-American district here in Erie, it was a very busy place today. Totally anecdotal, possibly meaningless. I saw a heavy, and it looked to me, enthusiastic turnout by our African-American community here in Erie. But the vice president desperately needs that in Philadelphia.
It's great to finally meet you in person. We've talked on Zoom about 30,000 times already, but it's great to see you here. Nice to see you in person.
It's good to see people in person.
All right, talk to you guys later.
Yeah.
All right, Mike, that's Mike Ruzzi talking with Jeff Bloodworth here. He's on the desk in just a few minutes here for our cut-in. We're on for a cut-in here on CBS. In just 1 minute, we're going to be talking with Jeff through this cut-in as we go through the numbers. As Mike and Jeff mentioned, the numbers in the states continue to be close. Ohio is 18,000 votes separated the two candidates, as Jeff laughs, and I do too. You look at Florida, it looks like it's trending the president. North Carolina tightening as well. The president now has a 2-point lead in the state of Texas, so it looks like Texas is moving back to red. We are getting ready for continuing coverage here on Erie News. Now we're going to join a cut-in in progress here, so bear with us for just a few seconds as we get ready for more coverage with myself and Jeff Bloodworth here on Erie News Now. Let's give us one more check here, and we'll get ready for the cut-in just seconds.
With coverage you can count on, this is an Erie News Now election update.
Count on here on this Tuesday evening. Isaac Petcash at the alert desk. Jeff Bloodworth from Gannon University is joining me right now. Jeff, the state races continue to get more and more tight. We were just talking with Mike Ruzzi a little bit off the air, our anchor who's right now on NBC with his cut-in, just talking about the ways and the possibilities of the tightening races. What are you seeing at the moment?
It looks that to be that the president has rallied his base. He's doing well in North Carolina and Florida. It seems that Texas, which was always a long shot for Democrats, is slowly moving into the president's column. Democrats had an opportunity at an early knockout. It seems that the president has averted that. All eyes are moving to Arizona and Ohio. Iowa, interestingly enough, hasn't been called as of yet. So there's still swing states out there before we move to Pennsylvania. It's interesting, though, if you look at the vote totals between President Trump and Vice President Biden, they're still relatively even, which is interesting because the vice president has banked, quite an early lead in the early voting. Now, no one expected the president to win the popular vote. But Vice President Biden, for him to be near even in the vote totals overall in the popular vote is, to me, at least a little bit surprising. I expected the president to be further ahead in the popular vote.
Now, as we move forward here in this election, we were talking about the young vote. You, of course, teach college-age students at Gannon. You were talking a little bit earlier about how the young voters almost were a little bit worried that they didn't know what the result was going to be. Can you tell us a little bit more about the young vote and kind of how that's been an impact on this election here?
Yeah, my sense of things is that there was disappointment about both nominees being in their 70s and not speaking directly to their issues and understanding directly their experiences. And 2020 has been a particularly tough year for everyone. But if we think about young people, losing at least part of or having part of an academic semester being disrupted, it's just the lack of surety, wanting to kind of, the fears of this going on, not just days, which is reasonable. Count all the votes, take a week, take 2 weeks. But it going into the courts and moving on into weeks. I mean, in my class, I teach a class on the history of presidential elections. We read a book about the 2000 recount in Florida, and which went on for 35 days. Right. And I think is part of the dread of this moving on and on and on. So it's still early. I mean, there's still an opportunity for the vice president to score a major victory in the swing state. And we might have a general sense that the election could, if not be officially called, a general sense of where this is going. But my sense of young people is a lack of a candidate who spoke directly to their concerns, and also just a lack of surety in what has already been a pretty tough year.
Do you feel like that's been the trend for the last few elections? We saw that in 2016. Do you think that's been the case for the last few elections, that the young voter has almost been, I hate to say the word disregarded, but hasn't been looked at as strongly as other age groups of voters?
Yeah, I mean, since the 1970s, even the 1960s, a core constituency of the Democratic Party had always been the youth vote. And the last two nominees for the Democratic Party was not someone who had an obvious appeal to college and 20-something voters. And so I think that is a frustration.
Sure. And as we continue along here, last thing, Jeff, as we look into the next couple of hours here, what is the next thing we can expect for this electoral college? Do we see the South states get called? What can we expect here?
I anticipate Florida is going to be called. North Carolina looks like it's moving into the president's column. We're going to look at Georgia, how much of the Atlanta vote is still out there. All eyes are going to move west. But it's interesting. Ohio and perhaps Iowa are states that were considered swing states. And, you know, again, if Vice President captures Iowa or Ohio or Arizona in conjunction with Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, he's won the election. So that's what I'm looking at.
We're going to see as more poll closings are getting ready to happen right now. More coverage on Erie News Now continues. Continue along. Back with you here on Erie News Now, our live stream of election coverage you can count on. Myself, Isaac Pekyash, and Jeff Bloodworth joining you here tonight, I should say, as we're at the 10 o'clock hour. We're expecting some state calls in the 10 o'clock hour, but before we get to that, we do want to check in with a couple of our staff members. We're going to start tonight with our Elspeth Meisner. She is at an event in Crawford County with the Democratic Party. She is expecting to continue there and has an update. Let's go ahead and take that update now from Crawford County.
That means that Christy Ganevas is going to be on her way to Washington, D.C. Christy, get on up here. Do you want to say a couple words to folks?
Wow, what a day. It has been an incredibly long day, but so fruitful. I have my 2 girls that are here. My mom is here. All of these volunteers that have helped us get here. We've worked so hard for this day, and exactly what Jim said. It's maybe not the results that we want to see right now, but we know that they are coming. We know that we believe in the system, we believe in mail-in ballots, and we will win here in a few days. We are going to be winning. We're going to be blue here in Erie. We're going to be blue here in Pennsylvania, and we couldn't be here without you. So thank you so very much.
So if you're like me, you're ready to just settle in and have a couple more Dualicons and relax a little bit. For some of us, it's been an incredibly long couple of days with an incredibly small amount of sleep. So we're going to stay on our feet as long as we can to watch the rest of the Erie County results come in. Just so everybody knows, the county has said that they're going to try to count 10,000 of those mail ballots tonight so that we have a good sense of what direction we're heading in. They're going to take a break at 2 a.m. They're going to be back at it at 8 a.m. tomorrow, grinding away and grinding away. They're going to try to get this thing done by Friday. Okay? So the world is watching Erie County right now. The world is ready for Erie County to be blue. The world is ready for a Biden presidency and to restore the world's faith in America. And I'm so glad that all of you came along for the ride. There are so many friends and family in this room, my own family included. So many people have sacrificed in so many ways to make this happen tonight. I want to thank everybody that's put in an hour at headquarters, a shift out on the road, driving a candidate around, moving back and forth, standing out at the polls for 8, 10, 12 long hours, whatever it was that you committed to this campaign. Thank you so much. And I know we're going to be back to do it again because I know the bug has gotten so many of you in 2020. So we'll be back, we'll do this again, and I hope in a couple of days we'll have even more reason to get together and celebrate again. Thank you all, folks. Thank you all, you Democrats.
That is Elspeth Meisner with the chair of the Democrats, Jim Wirtz, talking with Christy Ganevas as well, as they are hoping that Ganevas can turn that key race here today. Just going to go ahead and give you a couple of quick updates here as we're here with Jeff Bloodworth. My apologies, I want to get to these state call updates right now. Let's go ahead and go to our state board as we have another state to call here this evening. Let me get to make sure that we have this board up for you. Now we've got it up. We have the state of Kansas that we can call for Donald Trump. The president will win the 6 electoral votes in Kansas. That puts him at 97 electoral votes right now as we currently speak. So the president currently still trailing Democratic nominee Joe Biden. But as we've said, Jeff, this race is close, and now it's getting to a point where the votes are nearly even in places like North Carolina and Ohio.
The interesting thing, I was just looking at the county totals in Ohio. It looks to be that a lot of the rural counties that are coming in heavily for the president have reported in the 80 and 90 and 70% kind of ranges. And there's a lot of the vice president's vote in the college towns in the urban areas that have not come in. I want to look at it a little bit closer. But if I worked for the vice president, that quick cursory glance, it's incredibly close. It's basically tied, but it looks like the vice president might have more vote out there than the president has, which is very surprising. Very few people considered Ohio to be a swing state this year. It's definitely a swing state. It's definitely going to be close. It seems that the vice president might have a little bit more vote out there.
We are continuing our election coverage you can count on here on this Tuesday evening. Let's go ahead and get you the latest on the races right now as we currently speak. We are continuing to look at some significant races, including the presidential race here, and we'll go to that right now. Let's go ahead and start in that race for the White House. We start in the national popular vote. You see Donald Trump just ahead slightly of Joe Biden, just by 1 million or so votes in the national popular vote. Let's take another look now at the race for the Electoral College. Right now, Joe Biden at 131 electoral votes, Donald Trump sitting at 98 electoral votes as we stand there right now. Still, again, some significant races to still come in. Moving along to the total for Pennsylvania, take a look at this. The numbers have flipped. According to our polling here and our numbers, Donald Trump has taken the lead in Pennsylvania. Joe Biden had the early advantage, but the president has now taken the lead with 26% reporting. We move along to the vote in Erie County. Right now it's trending Trump. 12,600 votes for the president, currently right now to 8,400 for Joe Biden, 30% reporting when it comes to that. Moving along now to the Attorney General. Look at the race and how it's tightened. Josh Shapiro up by about 100,000 votes with 21% in over Heather Heitlebaugh, the Republican challenger. Moving along, PA Auditor General. 2,000 vote difference. You have to laugh how close it is. It's Timothy DeFore, I should say, in the lead over Nina Ama, the Democratic challenger there for the Auditor General position. Actually, I would say DeFore also a challenger as well. In the PA Treasurer race, the gap is tightened there as well. You see Joe Torcella still with the advantage. Stacey Garrity, 47%. She is just slightly behind that race as well with the incumbent Democrat. Moving along to the other race, you take a look. Glenn Thompson at the moment in the lead at 73% of the race over Robert Williams, 27%. And as we continue along here, the race that a lot of people are looking at, Mike Kelly and Christy Ganibas, it's a lead for the incumbent Republican, 17,000 votes to 9,800 in favor of Mike Kelly. Let's continue to go down the line here at this 10 p.m. hour. Scott Hutchinson, the incumbent Republican, with a sizable lead over Shelby Strohmeyer, 24,000 votes for the Republican there. And as we move down the line, the Dan Laughlin-Julie Slomski race looks this way. 16% reporting. It's Laughlin with the lead, 13,470 votes. Slomski at 6,000, the lead about double for the Republican incumbent. We continue along down the line. Greg Hayes and Ryan Bizzaro battling it out for the State House District 3. It's Hayes ahead slightly by just a couple hundred votes, 14% of the precincts reported there. And as we look at the final race here for the State House District 26, it's Brad Rowe, Republican, leading Matt Ferentz, the Democratic challenger, with 5% of the vote in. So we bring it back with Jeff Bloodworth, continuing our coverage here. Jeff, you've done plenty of elections. Just at this point in the night to the 10 p.m. poll closings, at what point do we start to see any trends, if anything, any state trends, things that are potential, I guess, yeah, the word for it's trends, yeah, any trends?
I think statewide, I mean, what we're seeing in these state Senate races is that the Republicans are turning out. You're seeing that Republican incumbents doing well in rural areas and doing quite well. It doesn't seem like they're lagging too far behind. I'm looking at those state races, and I'm still somewhat surprised that they're relatively even. Democrats, my understanding, have banked a lot of votes in the mail-in balloting in the early voting. I expected Republicans statewide to be further ahead. I want to look at the numbers, but it seems that Democrats are doing well statewide thus far. If they're within 2 or 3 points of today's vote, I think Democrats are going to be doing quite well statewide. Maybe not in some local races that are typically Republican, but statewide, the early vote looks to be somewhat promising for Democrats.
And we talked about, of course, the importance of the vote potentially going after the election as well. Knowing what we know now, how long do you foresee the election potentially going till after election night?
If Democrats are close on election night, it seems to be fairly improbable that the Republicans can make up the difference. And you can challenge, particular mail-in ballots and people not following the rules here and there, but there's only so much vote that can be challenged. If Democrats are close by, say, 12 or 1 in the morning, depending on how much of that, I think they're going to get a significant amount of today's voting in. I would think Pennsylvania might be able to be called easily by the end of the week.
Yeah, it's certainly a possibility here. Jeff, just give us continuing coverage here. I feel like we've asked you the same question about 100 times, but when you look back at the election, a lot of people have been comparing this election maybe to the election of 2000, potentially the Bush versus Gore election, how it came down to essentially one state and one state only. Is there any way we see that happening tonight? The trends that you're seeing, do you sense that might be the case?
Democrats didn't get their knockout blow. A lot of Democrats were kind of surmising that this could be 1980. It doesn't look to be 1980. It is possible that it's going to come down to Pennsylvania. We're going to be looking, again, at Ohio, Iowa, Arizona, Texas. It seems that Florida, North Carolina, I'd still like to see where Georgia is, but it looks like the president has held serve in the Gulf South, or excuse me, in the Atlantic South.
Certainly an advantage right there for the president as we go back and forth here. Want to check in really quickly with our Paul Wagner and Eva Mastromatio there at the Erie County Courthouse. The Board of Elections is also what that serves as. They have an update from there as we're just past the 10 p.m. hour.
Mateo live at the Erie County Courthouse. I'm joined by Paul Wagner, and we're going to be coming to you live shortly on Erie News Now at 10 o'clock, but we wanted to let you know what's happening right now.
Yeah, all the votes are coming in from all 149 precincts, polling places around Erie County. We'll flip the camera around and you can see that the judge of elections for all these different polling places are bringing in all the votes. And what's interesting is that there's a second count going on. That's for all the mail-in ballots. That's going on in a different room here at the county courthouse, and they've been doing that, for hours and hours and hours. But they're doing it faster than we expected. We thought initially it might not be done even till maybe Monday, maybe Friday. Now they're saying maybe late Wednesday or Thursday because they have a good team. They got a process going. They got an automatic envelope opener, and they're doing quicker than they thought.
Yeah, and earlier when we were talking to them, they were trying to get through 5,000 mail-in ballots per hour. So, yeah, they've been really working efficiently here at the Erie County Courthouse as we once again get a live look down the hall as the presiding judges from the Erie County precincts are waiting to get into the voter registration office. We're going to be bringing you an update coming up here very soon on Erie News Now at 10 o'clock.
That's right. Join us then.
How are you? You can call me Jeff.
There's Paul and Eva.
Okay,
the polls have closed here on this Tuesday evening. Polls closing at the Erie County Board of Elections, but we still have a lot of things that we are getting to here on this Tuesday evening, including a live look at the White House. Pretty serene right now. The president not there. He's at his campaign headquarters. The vice president, former vice president, also at his campaign headquarters as well, as we are awaiting to see if there will be a winner announced tonight. We don't expect that would be the case, but you never know. The numbers coming in and fairly steadfast in states like Florida and Georgia and whatnot. Bringing back in Jeff Bloodworth here. He's been the man with the plan tonight, just joining us the entire evening. Jeff, we go through all the scenarios of the election here. We talk about everything and we break down everything that could be a possibility here. But really, I want to talk a little bit about the polls and the fact that in 2016, a lot of the reading of the polls was it was wrong. It was incorrect. There was a lot of margin of error and a lot of incorrect final polls that we saw. I'm wondering what your thoughts are on the polls this year, and specifically what people think of them. After what we heard and saw in 2016, are people less likely to trust polls at this point? And if so, what's the reason behind that? Are we starting to see the polls, become? Of course, you can never say the polls are 100% accurate, but are we starting to see the polls come back around and being able to accurately predict as much as possible here?
Well, I think you're right that there's a lot less trust in polls. There's a lot of misinformation. In 2016, the national polls were largely correct. The state polls in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania were off. The problem is that James Comey's letter a week before the election came out, and then there were, believe it or not, this is surprising, there were no state polls done, or very few, in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania after the fact. So there were systematic polling errors in those three states. Since then, professional pollsters have claimed that they have kind of weighted President Trump's base, non-college working class whites, heavier in the polls. But what we're seeing right now, it reminds me of 2018 in Florida. The polls in 2018 were largely correct in those midterms. They were off by a couple of points in Florida. Now, there's always a margin for error, but they missed what happened in Florida, and it looks to be, and again, they're still counting the votes, and we probably should reserve a final judgment until tomorrow, but it looks like North Carolina and Florida, Biden was ahead by apparently a point and a half, according to polls, and it looks to be that President Trump is going to eke out a victory in both of those states. It looks right now that's the case. And it's just going to kind of undermine kind of larger confidence in polls. But polls are never going to say this is absolutely who's going to win. Polls are saying there's a percentage chance of sort of, if you run an election 10,000 times, of who the winner is going to be. And so there's a misunderstanding of what polls are actually going to tell you about an election. But it's undoubted that, especially if the president continues his strong performance, that faith in polls is going to fall even further.
My apologies there. Just talking to Brian Schneiders, our photographer here. We're about to get Brianna Andrews live in just a couple of seconds here once she is ready. We're looking at her now. Brianna has been tracking our polling places for the majority here of the significant portion of the night here. And let's go ahead and get Brianna in our double box here. Brianna, hopefully you can hear me right now. It's good to see you out at the polling places right now. Give us an idea of what you are seeing tonight as we hit the almost 10:30 mark right now.
Hey, Isaac, the polls have closed at 8 p.m., and this is where all the action is happening right now. I'm going to move out the way so you kind of can see inside where county officials are getting ready to count ballots. They're separating ballots right now. They're organizing everything so that they can get an official number. Now, I did speak with the head of elections here in Crawford County. He said that he expects to have everything in, at least the numbers around this county, in by 8 p.m. tonight. But of course, we know that that might not be the case because right in Hayfield, they were still online waiting to cast their ballots at 9 p.m., 1 hour after the polls close. And of course, their votes still have to be counted because they were in line before 8 p.m. But still, we do know for sure that this is going to take quite some time for the results to get in for this election. Normally, it takes a few days, but of course, this one is very different because there's so many mail-in ballots and there's so many different rules. But of course, we're going to continue to follow these updates and see, what is going to happen with this very historical election.
Brandon, I want to ask you really quickly, you were talking to people at the polls throughout the day. Was there a sense of anxiousness that they were worried that maybe the results wouldn't get called tonight? Did people feel like maybe they were upset that they might have to wait a few days? And we'll go ahead and get back to our Brandon Andrews in just a little bit. Brandon, thanks for joining in here on this Tuesday evening. She, of course, talking to several people at the polls here as we continue along. Let me just make sure that our photographer here, Brian, can hear. Brian, you guys are clear. You can go ahead and pack up right now. So we are good to go with them here as we continue on this election evening. Myself and Jeff Bloodworth, who has himself much more put together than I do. I'm just all over the place at this point, just trying to figure everything out here. But that's live TV for you folks, and that's what happens when you have a live stream of going on just about 10 plus hours right now, and we still are, at this point, we're still kind of up in the air of who's going to be the president of the United States. We have not had a state called since 9:59, so it's been about 20 minutes, so some waiting going around. Going to bring you some updates on where the states stand in terms of percentages here. Looking now at Florida, it looks like 94% of the vote is in. Donald Trump with about a 400,000 vote lead, so looking like the president will convert that state of Florida. North Carolina, Donald Trump has taken the lead. Donald Trump is ahead with 88% of the vote in. He is up by about 40,000 electoral votes. He is also ahead in Georgia. The state of Ohio, Trump is now ahead by 5 points. According to the exit projections, he's ahead 51 to 46, so that state has flipped. So right now, Jeff, you're starting to see a bit of a transition going on. It was the vice president up early, and now it's the president seemingly pulling ahead late in these races.
Yeah, it seems that the president is going to win in the South. I think there's a lot of vote that's out in Ohio. It's a mix of both Trump and Biden areas. Cleveland and Cincinnati, there's still not half, but a little bit less than half, about a third of the vote that's still out there. So the president might be ahead at this point. Ohio, I think, is still too close to call. I mean, I think that's one of the surprises of the night. If Ohio ends up being close, I think that bodes well for the vice president in Michigan and Wisconsin.
Yeah, as we take a look at this electoral map now, you see 131 to 97. That's our projection, according to the Associated Press. Joe Biden in the lead right now over Donald Trump. We have been taking a look at Facebook. Our reporters have been working diligently out in the field. They have been out for several hours, lots of polling places, lots of other things as well here right now. Several of our reporters just doing a great job of being able to get us the latest results here. And we will be going ahead and going to talk to some of them in a little bit. We heard from Brianna Anders at the election polling zones. It's amazing, Jeff, when you think about it, some people out as much of an hour after the polls closing to be able to vote. In your mind, there are voting issues that many people have, any election, right? This year specifically has been, you could argue the economy, the coronavirus pandemic, things of that nature. Do you sense there's one issue in particular that Erie County has really focused on as voters, that they're going to vote one way or another because of one certain issue?
I think for Erie, it's really about kind of meat and potatoes. It's the economy, right? And look, COVID and the economy are inextricably tied one to the other. But Erie County it's historically a blue-collar Democratic area. And I think it is kind of these meat and potato jobs issues. But to separate COVID-19 from the economy and from jobs is quite difficult. But if you had to say which one is it, one or the other, it's surely more jobs than COVID-19.
Sure, and of course, this right now, the economy has been fluctuating over the course of the last few months or so. I want to ask you if you know anything specifically about the presidential predictor. It's something, of course, that Wall Street experts like to try to use to be able to predict the president. They use the gross domestic product. They use the stock market. They use the S&P 500, things of that nature. And they've said that this year it's really difficult to call because there's just so much uncertainty. Are you seeing that too in the stock market that would make it really difficult to call a race based just on the economy?
Look, I mean, COVID-19 has hit Americans in vastly disparate ways. A lot of white-collar, upper-middle-class Americans, in terms of just their economic status, have been largely untouched. And it's so difficult to know. I mean, working class Americans have been hit disproportionately, not just in the pocketbook, but also in terms of health. I mean, African Americans and Latinos have been hit so much harder in terms of health by COVID-19. And then you look at sort of the quarterly returns for GDP growth, right? And it's so very difficult because the economy was largely stalled in the first quarter of the year, and there's been significant growth, but also there was a gigantic hole to dig out from under.
Yeah.
So this is a very strange year in sort of predicting who's going to win based upon economic growth.
All up in the air. We have a cut-in to join right now here on CBS.
With coverage you can count on. This is an Erie News Now election update.
And we welcome you here on Erie News Now to our election coverage you can count on. We're live from the alert desk here as we're hitting the bottom of the hour at 10 o'clock, just about 10:24 East Coast time. Isaac Petcash joined by Jeff Bloodworth. He's pretty much an expert aficionado of politics at Gannon University. Jeff, we've been looking at the race, but I want to talk to you specifically about what we were just mentioning before we came on the air here. That was talking about the biggest issue that Erie County voters vote on, and you had said it was the economy and just the fluctuation that we've seen and the uncertainty with the economic challenges people have had.
Yeah, it's we know with COVID-19 and the economic slowdown that it's hit working class Americans and lower income Americans much more dramatically than it has white collar and upper income Americans. And so there's a lot of economic anxiety out in the world. The president had a lead with Americans on who do you trust more in terms of the economy. The vice president had cut into that lead, but if you were wanting the president to win, I think that's the one indicator you would point towards, is that the president still had an enduring, small but enduring lead about who do you trust in terms of who can bring back the economy.
Here is the races as we look at it now. The vice president with the lead in terms of the Electoral College. Right now, Pennsylvania, it seems like the president has actually taken the advantage in the state. You look at the results in Erie County. Right now, it's the president with the advantage there as well. We saw the turn in 2016 for the president, and in 2020, the question was whether Erie County would vote Republican again after being reliably Democratic for the last few elections. What, in your mind, changed Erie County red in 2016, and what would it have to do to stay red in 2020 in your mind?
Well, there's both short-term and long-term. Long-term is deindustrialization and a Democratic Party that has slowly kind of moved from what used to be its labor and union base, and an economy that's moved away from labor unions, and a Democratic Party that's moved away from kind of blue collar workers as its base. That's a long-term trend that is across the board. And so a long-term move away from unionized workers and deindustrialization. The short-term, Democrats would point to the fact that they had held the White House for 2 terms. And there's just a natural tendency for voters to want a change. So it's both long-term in that Erie County is not different than other Rust Belt areas, that former Democratic strongholds are going to be contested areas. And it's especially hard in those contested areas for Democrats to control areas for 1, 2, and 3 elections in a row. I think a lot of Democrats assumed that Erie County would, quote unquote, come home. These votes that we're looking at right now, I think it's expected that the president would be up. Democrats are expecting that the mail-in vote is going to eat into those margins. We shall see. I don't know how much of the vote of Erie County has come in as of yet, but it looks like the president has a healthy lead, but it's still early.
Right, of course, so many counties and states that are so early to call, especially those West Coast states, a couple of those swing states as well. We're looking at the moment at the local races, the percentages coming in. Mike Kelly with the lead over Christy Canivas in the congressional race. You move over here a couple of races, and it looks like we have Dan Laughlin with the lead over Julie Slomski. Good news, of course, for Republicans. What do these early numbers tell you of what we could see locally throughout the night?
I think locally it looks like rural areas have come out for Republicans kind of true to form. If those numbers hold, I think Democrats are going to be disappointed. I think they saw the state Senate race against Senator Laughlin as a prime pickup opportunity. It looks like Senator Laughlin has a healthy lead at this point. The mail-in ballots over the next few days are going to eat into that lead. I think it's to be expected that Republicans are in the lead. It's going to take several days to count all the votes. I wouldn't read too much into these early vote totals. If Republicans have a lead, that's to be expected. If Democrats are close in these Pennsylvania races, to me, that's unexpected. So the Republicans are trying to bank a large lead of day of voting. And Democrats are banking on the fact that they have all these votes banked before Election Day.
It's going to carry on for a certain amount of time. We don't know how much time that is, but still a lot left to go on this election night and possibly days after. Jeff Bloodworth will stay with me throughout the night here as we continue our live coverage on ENN Plus and our social media channels. Until then, let's send it back to CBS. All right.
How much time do we have?
What I'm going to do here is I'm just going to go ahead and play an interview here with Matt Knadler, with our Washington correspondent, and we can go ahead and go from there. So we can. My apologies, my mic was on here. I forgot to turn it off, but so you heard early what we're about to do. Darn, the magic of TV slipped away. Isaac Pekyash, Jeff Bloodworth here on this Tuesday election night. What we're going to go ahead and do right now is we're going to shed some light on an interview that our Washington correspondent Matt Knadler had an opportunity to do with Tom Ridge. Of course, he has plenty of ties to Erie. He knows the political world. He had an opportunity to sit down with him over the course of last week and just have a short interview on what this election could mean for the country. And we're going to play that for you and show you what he had to say right now.
Well, Governor, thanks for the time. Good to be with you again. I will start with election security. I think a lot of us are just maybe a little unsure what to expect when we send our mail-in ballot or if we're going to vote early. What can you tell our viewers, our voters in Northwest Pennsylvania about this?
Well, first of all, I urge them simply to vote. I mean, it's really important. I don't think it's a privilege. I think it's a responsibility of citizenship. Secondly, they're getting kind of close to the end of the time when you could actually send in an absentee ballot, particularly since the Supreme Court, the Attorney General has said that if any ballots received after November 3rd will be put aside pending a Supreme Court decision, I guess, coming down the road. So I would encourage people to vote. I think you're probably going to have to stand in line now unless you want to take your absentee ballot to the voting place. And I think there's some drop boxes. So it's going to be an unprecedented turnout. And I just encourage people to vote.
I know that you've been a big proponent of mail-in voting through your work with Vote Safe. And this was, again, at the time that we're recording this as of Thursday morning, 53 million mail-in ballots have been returned. A huge number. I mean, what do you make of that number? And just tell our viewers again a little bit about the work you're doing with Vote Safe.
Well, first of all, I think this is an unprecedented election in terms of the pandemic and interest. You put the two together, given the nature of this election, you have unprecedented turnout. So I'm not surprised at all, like in the midst of a pandemic, when people have decided, well, I don't really want to go into polls. I don't want to wait several hours, et cetera. So I'm not surprised at that at all. I think the country, by and large, has done a magnificent job to provide alternative opportunities for America to express its voice. And I think we're going to see an unprecedented number of people finally voting in a presidential election. I'm grateful for that.
I thought that was interesting as well. I mean, we've heard for years lawmakers, voting advocates, folks say they want more people voting. We have it this year. Moving forward, I think and again, because of the pandemic, some of this is altered, but what do you make for lessons learned? How do we perhaps shorten those lines and create a better path for returning these ballots on time in 2024 and beyond?
Well, that's a good question. That's a good question.
Yeah.
The lessons learned from 2020, I think, are very important. One, unprecedented turnout, and maybe Americans can get that in their consciousness that voting is a responsibility. So let's continue to vote, not only nationally, but state and local. Number two, I think many states have done an exceptional job and created alternative opportunities for people to express their voices. Those are good lessons to be applied. And then finally, the fact that the secretaries of state in all 50 50 states have done a remarkable job in ensuring that their ballots and the counting of votes is safe and secure. A lot of very good and positive lessons from this from this election cycle.
One thing I will ask you as well, when we had spoken this summer about getting results on election night, and you had said it's probably going to be election week.
Right.
It looks like you're going to be right. What should voters expect on Tuesday night? What will we know? What won't we know on Tuesday night?
What we'll know is that not every vote will be counted. In Pennsylvania, what we'll know is that the Attorney General has instructed the local officials to put aside all those votes received after November 3rd. They're not going to be included, obviously, in that final count, pending, I believe, another court decision. But I think what we need to know is that unprecedented turnout. We may or may not know the winner on election night. And I guess the most important issue and the most important thought I would leave with this audience and the nation as a whole. November 3rd is the last day for votes to be cast. It's not the last day for votes to be counted. And given the unprecedented nature of the pandemic and unprecedented number of people who are voting absentee and in person, we need to be patient. It needs to be a peaceful transition and let America's voice be heard.
I'll focus on Pennsylvania specifically here on election night, election day here. I mean, I know you're a supporter of Joe Biden. You've come out and endorsed the Democratic nominee, and many Republicans of the Bush era are kind of doing the same thing. I wanted to get your thoughts on what you're expecting voters to do as well. Do you think a lot of Republicans would switch as well? Maybe Democrats can swing Pennsylvania blue again?
This will be a very close election in Pennsylvania. There's no doubt in my mind. I think the President Trump's base is still as strong as it was in 2016. That's my calculation. I think the challenge becomes for Vice President Biden is whether he can increase the level of support that Hillary Clinton received back in 2016. Remains to be seen. That's why I think it's going to be very close, because I have not seen a decrease in the enthusiasm in Western Pennsylvania and Central Pennsylvania for President Trump. So I think it's a numbers game. And frankly, I think it's old blocking and tackling. Do you get your voters to the polls? And I think, again, I think it's a swing state, and I think it was in 16. It's going to be in 2020. Very close, I believe.
Turnout is significant, you're saying?
Say again?
You're saying turnout's going to be more significant rather than just perhaps voters switching?
No, I think turnout's going to be more significant. It always is, but I think here, if you believe, as I do, that President Trump's support has not eroded much at all in Pennsylvania, still a lot of support there, then it'll be up to Vice President Biden's team to make sure they get much, much greater turnout than Hillary Clinton did in 2016. It's on them. It's you got to get your people to the polls, and I know President Trump's people are going. It's a question of whether or not Vice President Biden can get his people in the same or slightly larger numbers than Hillary Clinton did in 2016.
Should be good, Governor. Anything else our viewers need to know heading, again, either to the polls on Election Day or what to watch for on Election Night?
Well, I'd like to ask all voters, all those who registered to vote, it's America. It's a real special place, most fundamental institution in this country. Continuing experiment in self-government is the vote. And so regardless of your political persuasion, I hope all vote and take advantage of the alternatives out there to express your voice. That's the most important thing. And be patient. Not all votes will be counted by November 3rd. That's for sure.
Thank you so much.
We are back on election night here. Isaac Petcash, Jeff Bloodworth, and Lisa Adams is making her way over to the alert desk right now as we continue our election night coverage. Before we get to Lisa, though, we do want to make a state projection here on this Tuesday evening. We can project the state of Missouri will go for President Donald Trump. He'll pick up those 10 electoral votes in the state of Missouri. That brings the vote total to 131 for Biden, 107 for Trump. We continue to wait swing states such as Florida, North Carolina, Ohio, Ohio. All three of those are trending in the president's direction, although out west, Arizona is in the lead for Joe Biden with about 3/4 of the vote there counted as well. And so with that, we bring in our Lisa Adams here. She's joining us on the Mike Kelly, Kristi Ganebis race. Lisa, what more do we know than we knew a couple hours ago?
Well, we've taken a look at the votes that are in the 5-county district, and Mike Kelly has a significant lead everywhere we're looking so far, including right here in Erie County. Now, it is not a high percentage of the vote totals that are in, I have to say that. And it appears to us that the mail-in ballots are not those that are wrapped into the totals yet. So if, and this is just a supposition, if the mail-ins skew more Democrats who are eager to vote early and get those votes in, drop them in the drop box, take them to the courthouses, then maybe that will shift a little bit as more numbers come in. But right now it looks like Mike Kelly is leading in all the counties of the district in that 16th congressional district race.
We can see right now, according to our big board, 20% of the vote in. Kelly with about a 17,000 vote lead. That seems to be where we're at right now, 63% to 37%. You were mentioning, Lisa, it would be important for Ganebis to be able to try to run up the votes in certain areas. Give me an idea, if you know, how she's doing it in those specific areas that you mentioned earlier.
Well, it's I don't have those answers right now, I guess I have to say. But what I was mainly saying was because Erie County has a Democratic voter registration edge, she would have to do really well here. I mean, I think she'd have to take Erie County solidly in order to carry the rest of the district, which is more heavily Republican. And there's about an 11,000 vote a registration edge to Republicans across all 5 counties there. So the fact that it looks like Mike Kelly is doing well in the early returns here in Erie County doesn't seem to me to bode well for her.
Even if the votes coming in after Election Day might skew towards the Democrats.
That's right. I do have to say, though, I mean, we saw a really challenging race for Laughlin and Slomsky, a lot of negative advertising there, and so this campaign was much different. Maybe in this case because Mike Kelly is a seasoned veteran and maybe he felt confident and he didn't need to, spend a lot of money on advertising. His main message seemed to be about, his own diabetes and his concern about the insulin drug. That spot ran a lot in broadcast advertising. She had a very effective ad where she held up his picture and, tried to make a contrast between herself and him as kind of I'm a regular person. I have the same kind of problems that you do, hoping that would resonate. I mean, she does have a great story. She grew up on a farm, worked hard. She was the Miss Wattsburg Fair, Erie County Fair Queen, but she just comes from a hard work ethic. She's a teacher. She's been working on her dissertation, her doctoral dissertation in leadership while she's been running for office. I mean, she said she took a sabbatical from teaching in the Mill Creek School District, but she's clearly a hardworking person. She's battled cancer, and she's had to be without health care. So I think she just thought if people were looking for a change in this district, she was going to offer them a change. And the interesting thing is, I mean, this is her first time in politics, and she didn't face an opponent in the primary. So this is a huge step for her to run against a 5-term incumbent, and I think she ran a great race.
Obviously, still a lot more vote to get in, but as we're seeing right now, it's Kelly with the early lead in the state in that race, specifically against Kristi Ganebis. Lisa, any final thoughts, any things that we should look for here in the next little while?
Well, no, this is just kind of unprecedented. I mean, most of the time, you know who wins, especially in these, maybe not in a statewide race, but by late in the evening, you usually know who has won in your state senate race or your local races or even the congressional district race, even though it involves a few counties. So this is different because of COVID and because of the change in the rules statewide that anybody who wanted to have an absentee ballot could. They made those changes even before we knew COVID was going to go along. So this is just kind of weird to know that we won't have an official certifiable outcome in this race.
It's first of its kind for a long time. We certainly know that. Lisa Adams, thanks for joining us again. A lot more left to get to here, so we'll let you go for the moment. But again, thanks for taking a few more minutes here to kind of give us the update. There you see the numbers in the Mike Kelly, Christy Ganimis race. Currently, it is the incumbent Republican with the advantage, 20%, reporting 63% to 37%. As we take a look at the White House this evening, still a lot of cloudiness over who is going to be the president of the United States here in this 2020 election. So much talk was about what would it look like in 2020 after the 2016 election. As we bring back in our Jeff Bloodworth here, our professor in election expert. I'm getting economic and election stuck here. We continue to talk about the back and forth. An interesting thing, we've been talking so much about the swing states, but yet not one swing state has been called yet tonight.
Yeah, it's interesting. Everyone's being exceptionally careful. I mean, Florida, everybody understands that Florida counts their mail-in votes early, and everyone expected Florida to be basically the first of the swing states to be called. They're being very careful. It looks like it's in the president's column. Out of abundance of caution, people are just, not willing to go that far. It looks like Florida's in the president's column. And it's just going to. But we need to get used to this. It's going to probably take a while before there's networks are going to call the election. That could be a long time. But I think it looks like it's going to be several hours at best before observers can at least even surmise. I think this person might be the winner.
Interestingly enough, we saw at the beginning of the night states such as Florida and North Carolina, they counted votes so quickly, things rocketing up, quickly, almost at warp speed. And since then, in the last hour or so, it's kind of trailed off a little bit. There hasn't been as much vote counted. Granted, in Florida, we're still seeing 94% in, 93% in North Carolina, and 74% in Ohio. Does that have to deal with the votes that are still waiting to be counted or might be counted at some point tomorrow? Or what does it have to deal with, the fact that it starts quick and then slows?
Well, it's state to state. I mean, this is the brilliance and the maddening part of the kind of how Americans kind of count the votes. Is it just varies state to state? Ohio has a significant experience in early voting. I would expect Ohio to begin kind of stepping up the pace and getting that vote in. Texas, unprecedented turnout in Texas. I think Texas is going to take some time. I mean, they have been deluged with voting. I wouldn't be surprised if we get a better sense of Arizona, much smaller, polls closed later, than what we do have in Texas. Ohio has, familiarity with early voting. People that for many election cycles have been doing early voting. I would assume by midnight we're going to get a significant number of the precincts reporting, and we might have a sense of who's going to win, though at this point it looks like it's a toss-up.
Interestingly enough, we're looking on NBC and CBS, our affiliates here, and it was funny. I saw Nora O'Donnell and other political experts. They literally have every state colored in except Pennsylvania, and that would be the state, if those predictions are correct, the state that ultimately decides the election. And it's interesting because coming into the day, both candidates said in rallies around the country, heck, Donald Trump said in a rally in Michigan last night, we need to win Pennsylvania. Both candidates said we can't win the election without winning Pennsylvania. Do you believe that on a surface level? I mean, we've heard that, for the president, it's Pennsylvania or bust. For Joe Biden, it's been nearly the same. Pennsylvania's critical. Do you feel like Pennsylvania is going to carry the election from what we're seeing right now, or could it be possible that one of the candidates could win the election without the state of Pennsylvania?
Oh, I don't think we're going to have a winner without Pennsylvania. I didn't think Vice President Biden is the only candidate who could have even theoretically won the election. It's sort of like a theoretical based upon kind of real world kind of standards, but. Vice President Biden if he was going to lose Pennsylvania, he was going to be losing elsewhere. So Pennsylvania was always going to be the keystone state. But Vice President Biden had an opportunity to roll up a significant victory, a landslide election. It seems that that is not going to happen. Pennsylvania was the focus of the entire political world, and it's even more the focus of the entire political world because it seems that the president has won at least the Atlantic South. It looks like he's ahead in Texas. All eyes are turning to Ohio, Arizona, obviously Michigan and Wisconsin and Iowa, but it's really about Pennsylvania.
So you mentioned, Jeff, the key states, like we mentioned, the Atlantic South, North Carolina, Georgia, Florida, all trending Trump. Just got a chance to look at Ohio. That's now a 7-point lead for the president. He has flipped that state in a significant margin. And some potential good news for President Trump after what looked to be, early on, a Biden landslide in Ohio looks to be changing around.
Yeah, I want to look at the numbers a little bit closer. Look, if President Trump has won Ohio by 7 points, which is what he won Ohio in 2016, that bodes for a more competitive race in Pennsylvania. That bodes for a more competitive race in Michigan than that polls had indicated. I've been looking at the county totals. It looked like Biden still had a lot of Biden vote count out there in Cleveland and Cincinnati and Columbus. But if President Trump wins Ohio by 7 points, I think that points to a tighter race in Pennsylvania than Vice President Biden would want.
We're also looking as well at the Senate races as well. The United States Senate has been up for grabs. There's been a lot of questions whether the Republicans would be able to hold on to that or whether or not it would be the Democrats to convert that. Right now, 41-40 in favor of the Democrats. That's where we're at right now. There's 19 more races to be decided tonight. We have seen a couple of races go in favor of Democrats. There was one in Colorado that did go Democratic. A couple of Republican incumbents that were able to hold on to their races. Talk about the importance of the United States Senate as well. We saw in 2016 the Republicans were able to control a significant amount of the government, and now we're seeing in 2020 a potential reversal if the opposite's going to happen here.
The Democrats, by all counts, are going to control the House. The projections that they were going to increase their majorities, and so the only opportunity for anyone to have complete control of the government was Vice President Biden. And if North Carolina, I haven't seen the Senate races, North Carolina and Georgia, but it seems that if the president wins, that's a tough path for the Democrats to win those Senate seats. What we could be seeing is perhaps Biden winning narrowly, but not bringing the Senate with him, which would make for a much more complicated Biden administration. Again, Trump could still win. It's still an uphill climb for the president. But I'm sure the vice president and his supporters are disappointed that it looks like the Senate is going to be a pretty tough hill to climb for Democrats in terms of taking control.
Yeah, let's look outside the White House right now on this election night. We, of course, are looking at many key swing states, including the state of Florida, the state of Georgia, the state of North Carolina, and in the Rust Belt, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, all up for grabs right now as we continue to roll along here on this election night with Jeff Bloodworth this evening. Jeff, it's been a long night so far. We continue to roll around here in the 10 o'clock hour. Now, something we're going to see in the 11 o'clock polling hours is a jump for Joe Biden. We, of course, know that he most likely will carry California with its 55 electoral votes, which will be a positive in the category for him. At what point do we start to see any traction? We know this is a different election with ballots being cast after Election Day for some areas. At what point do we see, if at all, any traction in these swing states?
In the West or
in any swing state that we have not called?
But in what point do we see any traction? Look, if they're close, it depends on the particular states of when they're going to count the mail-in ballots. We could be, in terms of Pennsylvania, be looking at days. I might be looking at Nevada now. The president had believed that this is a state that could carry. They challenged Secretary Clinton quite avidly in 2016. She only barely carried that. I'm curious to see what Nevada is going to look like. I think Vice President Biden thought they had that won. I'd like to see how, if he does win it, how much they're going to win by. I think that's going to be telling for the president's strength kind of elsewhere.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, it's almost a domino effect. Each state almost kind of tells a story for another state. You talked about Ohio having a correlation to Pennsylvania, Florida, a potential correlation. You said you were interested in looking at North Carolina, just talking about how important that state was. You know, potentially Georgia or Texas could have an impact on an Arizona. And again, you find that interesting that it's almost a puzzle that you have to try to fit together, and something that Joe Biden and Donald Trump are trying to get done tonight is fit the puzzle pieces to 270. We are getting ready right now for another cut-in with CBS as we are near the top of the hour. 11 o'clock poll closing is about to happen. We assume that Joe Biden will be winning several of those votes on the West Coast. Oregon, Washington, California will go his way. But right now, we are getting ready for yet another broadcast. Let's go to that right now.
With coverage you can count on, this is an Erie News Now election update.
And we welcome you back in our election night coverage here. Isaac Petcash joined by Jeff Bloodworth at the alert desk this evening. Our wall-to-wall coverage on Erie News Now, the election special, is rolling along here. We appreciate you taking some time to have spend it with us. Jeff, we were talking right before we came on the air about how each state, swing state, I should say, almost kind of tells the story for another. You were talking Ohio correlating maybe with Pennsylvania. Is there any trend you're seeing with states that you might think might be able to connect some puzzle pieces together at all?
It's looking like we're seeing the president begin to build a lead in Ohio. And again, I'd like to look at where, how much the vote that the vice president has in the cities that's still kind of out there. But if the president wins Ohio by 7 points, anything by more than 5, I think that portends well for him in Pennsylvania. I'm going to be looking at Nevada and Arizona. We're looking because the Hispanic vote is not just one thing. The Hispanic vote in Florida is quite different from the Hispanic vote in Arizona and Nevada. So we're going to be looking out. I mean, it looks like the vice president is doing well in Arizona now, which portends well for him in Nevada. The president has held serve in the Atlantic South, but he had so many swing states to hold that if Vice President Biden wins Arizona, that is a major victory for the vice president. And then I think we would begin looking at Ohio and what Ohio says about Pennsylvania and what Ohio might say about Michigan.
We do, though, have a race that we are going to call here right now, though, and it is in U.S. House District 15. We can predict, according to our exit polling, that Republican incumbent Glenn Thompson will be the projected winner over Democratic challenger Robert Williams. This is our first local race of the night that we are going to call. So the Republican incumbent Glenn Thompson will keep his seat in House District 15 in terms of where we are seeing that at right now. Taking a look at some other races, the local races. You look at this right now, Mike Kelly with the advantage over Christy Ganibas, 63,000 to 33,000. Ganibas has closed the gap just so slightly, about 27% of the precincts reporting there. Taking a look down towards District 21, it's Scott Hutchinson, 75 to 25% over Shelby Strohmeyer. And in District 49, we've been looking at this race between Dan Laughlin and Julie Slomski. Right now, it's the Republican with a 25,000 vote to 11,000 vote advantage over Julie Slomski. Moving back up to the president, you look at the national vote. Right there, the president with the advantage. And in the Electoral College, it's the former vice president with the lead as we come back out here and take a look at these critical swing states here on this Tuesday evening. Talk to me a little bit about the local races, Jeff. We've already seen one Republican projected to win their House district. How do you see the other races playing out here compared to what you're seeing right now?
And locally. It looks like the Republican rule vote has come out quite strongly. Even races that Democrats didn't think that they would win, these are overwhelming totals. So it seems that the president's base, the Republican base, has turned out in a way that we would have expected, but we did not know. So if Democrats turned out their base in the early vote, and it seems that they had many sectors of the Democratic coalition turned out on the day of vote, Republicans have returned serve by turning out well on Election Day.
Again, we are continuing our election coverage this evening. We know that several swing states have still yet to have been called. Jeff, we have about a minute left or so in this cut-in here. We now shift our focus out west with the 11 o'clock poll closings. We expect a lot of those to go for Joe Biden, but now the focus, like you said, shifts to Arizona as we move toward the 11 o'clock time change here.
Yeah, Arizona, if Vice President Biden wins Arizona, that is going to make Pennsylvania is still the keystone of the election for the vice president, but that is going to take a significant amount of pressure off of the vice president. The president has had several wins tonight. I think for Democrats, they're looking to Arizona to kind of to salve their wounds, and it's something that could foreshadow kind of the turnout for Hispanic votes maybe in Nevada and out west. And maybe people forget that the eastern part of the state, Pennsylvania, has a significant Puerto Rican vote.
More Erie News Now coverage after this. Mike and Emily, good evening. We want to get you to these numbers really quickly here. We start with the local races first. In the U.S. House District 16, our numbers showing after 36% reporting, it's Mike Kelly, the incumbent Republican, with an 80,000 vote to 41,000 vote lead over Democratic challenger Christy Ganibas. Moving over to District 49, this is for the Pennsylvania State Senate, a highly contested race, as we've been saying. Dan Laughlin right now, the incumbent Republican, up 70% to 30% over Julie Slomski. That's with about 30% of the votes reported. We, of course, have wall-to-wall coverage here on ENN Plus, as well as our social media channels with all the latest numbers. Myself and Ethan have been keeping you up to date and will continue to throughout the night. For now, though, Mike and Emily will send it to you back at the desk. We are back here on our live election coverage. Isaac Petcast joining you, Jeff Bloodworth with me in just a second here. We just got off our 11 o'clock hit here for the late evening shows, I should say. It's been a wall-to-wall coverage here on Erie News Now. We are approaching our 12th hour, almost into Wednesday morning, and still, as we've been saying, not exactly I don't even know the word at this point, not exactly a straightforward, cutthroat, we know the winner election is what I'm trying to say, but we do have some new projections here. As we said at the top of the 11 o'clock hour, it's a West Coast bulwark for Joe Biden. He wins California's 55 electoral votes, he wins Oregon's 7 electoral votes, and Washington's 12 electoral votes. That's according to the Associated Press. Donald Trump picks up the state of Idaho. It's 4 electoral votes, putting it at 209 Joe Biden, 111 Donald Trump. And Jeff, on the surface, when you look at those numbers, you'd say, oh, good news for the vice president. He's only 61 electoral votes away from the presidency. But then you look at the swing states and you think to yourself, well, it's not necessarily a guarantee at this point.
Oh, it's not. These are the hardest 61 electoral votes to capture. The vice president had several paths. The easiest path was going to be a landslide. Doesn't look like that's going to happen. It's going to be a long slog. I'm sure the vice president and his team had that in mind. It looks like Pennsylvania is going to be about as important as it could possibly be.
Pretty hard to believe how critical these states have been. We want to give you the updates on where the states stand on numbers, the critical swing states. We can't show it for you here on this screen, but we can give you the updates. We'll start in Florida. Right now, the numbers in Florida suggesting that Donald Trump is ahead 51.2% to 47.7%. 94% of the vote has been counted in the state of Florida. So right now it looks like the president is in line to potentially win that state. Moving along to North Carolina, that has flipped too. Donald Trump enjoying about a 2.3 point lead in North Carolina, 95% of the votes in as there as well. With 63% of the vote in Georgia, it's a 10-point lead for Trump. He leads by about 400,000 votes in the state of Georgia with 63% of the vote in. So the southern portion of the United States looking fairly good for the president. Looking at the state of Pennsylvania, the president with 42% in has a 14-point lead. Obviously, though, right now we don't necessarily know when, if at all, Pennsylvania will be called this week. So not looking like it will be called tonight. Ohio, 85% of the votes in. It's an 8-point lead for the president. But, Jeff, you're saying right now a lot of the urban areas in Ohio have yet to have been called, which means the vice president could potentially make a comeback in Ohio.
Yeah, the president seems to have done well in Youngstown and certain parts of eastern Ohio. It gives him an edge. But there's still a significant amount of vote out in Cleveland and Cincinnati and Columbus and Democratic strongholds. This is going to be, I think, it's going to definitely be a closer race than what we're seeing now. Is it going to be a 2-point race, or is it going to be a nail-biter? If it's a nail-biter, anything close in Ohio should hearten Vice President Biden when we're thinking about western Pennsylvania, and Erie County, which is the key to the vice president's hopes for Pennsylvania, or the president's hopes.
You look at the remainder of the votes out there on the West Coast. We look at Arizona. Arizona right now is an 8-point lead for Joe Biden with 75% of the vote in. You said, Jeff, that if Arizona goes blue, Donald Trump's going to have to win 2 of these 3 states, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, to win. And again, it'd be huge if Biden was able to pick up Arizona for the Democrats.
Yeah, Arizona, they've been stuck a while on 75% of the vote reporting. Maricopa County still has a significant amount of the vote that hasn't been counted. Right now, Biden is up. Maricopa County is Phoenix and the greater Phoenix area. Biden has won Maricopa County, former Republican stronghold, by 10 points. Arizona is looking strong for Vice President Biden. If Arizona is that strong, I'm going to go ahead and assume that Nevada is probably that strong as well. So it's been not a lot of good news for Vice President Biden, a lot of expected wins. The 1980 landslide that I think many Democrats were kind of hoping for doesn't seem like it's going to happen. A lot of Senate races are moving towards Republicans. It's looking like an evenly divided Senate. All eyes right now. We're not going to know the vote in Pennsylvania for several days. I'm looking at Arizona. Arizona and Ohio are going to tell us a lot about what the coming days are going to be like. If the vice president can win those states, we're looking at most likely the vice president capturing the White House. If the president picks up those states, Pennsylvania is a lot of attention.
It is the ticket, and we've been talking, or Ethan Kibbe right now is actually explaining it on our newscast. It is just that important at this moment here in our election cycle, especially knowing what we know. We do have a state call to make, though. State of Utah, it's going to go for President Trump. He won it back in 2016. Traditionally Republican stronghold. Occasionally you'll have third-party candidates. Evan McMullin back in 2016 was a third-party Mormon candidate. He actually gave Hillary Clinton a run for her money in the state of Utah, but the president will win it yet again, chalk it up in the expected category. And what we're left right now with, minus South Dakota and Montana, we're looking up here, you get rid of a couple of the expected states, Jeff, in the southern portions, Hawaii, Alaska, we expect to be called. You expect, South Dakota, Montana. Everything left is toss-ups.
Yeah. There were some Democratic hopes of Montana, at least the Montana Senate race. I think the president is turning out his base. I think those kinds of the hopes that Democrats had of sort of extending their victories, I think those are largely have been muted. But it's the toss-up states. It's what I think we're looking at 2 or 3 to 4 states for the whole ball game.
Right. And again, as we look here, continuing our coverage on Erie News Now, we continue to await the races in the Senate and the House in the state of Pennsylvania. And we're going to go ahead and go there right now and give you some voting details here this evening. And we'll get to that in just 1 second. Here we go. We'll pop up those results right now. We'll start with the presidential race. This is the popular vote. And you can see it's been really close all night. 61% of the vote has been totaled, and Donald Trump owns a 50 to 48% lead over Joe Biden. We still have a lot more votes to be tallied. Nearly 100 million votes so far have been tallied, and we expect much more. Again, only 61% at this point here in the race so far at 11:17 in the evening. Let's move on. In the Pennsylvania race, or Electoral College rather race this is, you see it 209 to 118 for Joe Biden. This is what we have been seeing here in the majority of the Electoral College polls. Right now, Trump behind as we go ahead here. We jumped forward just a little bit here. I want to go to our Pennsylvania. There it is. Pennsylvania numbers here according to our exit polling data and data from the Associated Press. This map is going crazy on me here right now, but you can see, if I can pull back Pennsylvania, it's Trump with the lead, 56% to 42% in favor of the president. Let's go to Erie County numbers here. Right now, we are, of course, just continuing our coverage here. We are, again, just wanted to get the information up there, but we'll get back to you in just a second, talking again with Jeff Bloodworth here on our alert desk. And Jeff, again, you see those numbers coming in. For Pennsylvania, as we continue along here, a lot of the votes still left to be counted, and like we said, there's no guarantee that it's going to be counted not only on election night, but how much of the vote do you expect to be counted after the election, especially in swing states like Pennsylvania?
Oh, I think significant, a sizable plurality of the vote is going to be counted in Pennsylvania over the next 2 and 3 days. I mean, so for Pennsylvania and looking at President Trump versus Vice President Biden, I'm not, the vote totals don't mean what they would normally mean on election night. A 14-point lead looks mighty impressive at this point. Let's give this a couple of hours and see what kind of lead that the president has banked before we kind of make any kind of assumptions about what Pennsylvania is going to look like.
Yeah, and we're getting, of course, several pieces of information that some states might take a few more days to call, and that's really been the question here. So, when you think of an election that's dragged out and might drag out as long as this one has, you start to ask some questions about, will there be recounts? Will there be some ballots that are challenged? Do you foresee that happening? Do you think in a state such as Pennsylvania, Ohio, Florida, any one of the swing states, do you foresee a potential recount if they are so close, or something of that nature here?
Well, I mean, what we're seeing thus far is that in Florida and North Carolina, it looks like the president is going to be, win by 2 or 3 points, relatively close. But those are not the kinds of, that's not close enough to spur a recount. I think we all hope that we can avoid what happened in 2000, because recounts can, it goes into the courts and you're trying to figure out voter intent. And it just becomes parsing all kinds of very small details that have real enormous consequences over whether somebody's ballot is counted or not. I've not seen a state thus far where the vote is close enough where you would do a recount. I mean, it needs to be quite close in order to get the courts to intercede to overturn, a few thousand ballots even. I mean, you would need to have a very close election in most states for court challenges and recounts to really matter. Pennsylvania is another case. First time Pennsylvania is kind of doing mass mail-in ballots. We're going to see, I think the courts have largely ruled already. That's going to be challenged. We just don't know what the future really holds in Pennsylvania. And I think that's why Vice President Biden wanted to win some of these swing states to make Pennsylvania not absolutely necessary.
Mm-hmm. And, of course, in Pennsylvania, like we said, so critical. How many votes are you counting for there to have to be a recount?
Well, different states have different measures of what kind of constitutes an automatic recount, but generally it has to be less than 1%. Often it's even less than that. And so it has to be razor thin within a few, 0.2, 0.3 of a percentage point before you would spur an automatic recount.
And so as we continue along here, we are, of course, getting significant numbers coming back in the national race here, especially the states that are critical to call and ones that we may or may not be able to call here this evening, here at the moment, as we're looking on right now. Taking a look at outside in the White House, you see some movement on the front steps right there. It's just a couple of members making sure everything's okay for the night. It's 11:22 on the East Coast. Hard to believe we've been here for so long, but our wall-to-wall coverage on Erie News Now is continuing. We had so many great guests. We had Dr. Terry Warburton from Edinburgh earlier. Now we've the number of guests are too much to count, ending our day with Jeff Bloodworth here. And Jeff, I want to ask your thought process on where we are now compared to where we were in the beginning of the day. So we had an idea maybe of where the election was going to result in the beginning of the day. Has that changed? And if so, where has that changed now as we've gone from the polls opening at 7 to 11:24 at night?
I think you could say it's a fairly dramatic shift, that there were hopes from the vice president's perspective that you could have a landslide and you could largely have a general sense that the vice president had taken the White House maybe by 10 or 11 p.m. The president has held serve in the Atlantic South. We're moving west. We're looking at now kind of two scenarios. Perhaps the vice president can take Arizona. Perhaps Iowa, Ohio, it's looking like it's trending a tad towards the president. I mean, those are the hopes that the vice president has of securing a victory, at least in the wee morning hours. If he's unable to capture two or more of those states, then we're looking at, waiting for the count in Pennsylvania.
Very interesting to consider how we've gotten to where we are at this point right now, especially knowing exactly what has been the case over the course of the last several hours. I want you to give me an idea of what things will look like when we wake up tomorrow. Let's say somebody's been watching the election coverage all the way up through now. Let's say they go to bed at midnight. They wake up at 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. What's different tomorrow morning from what we were left off with right now?
I think we'll have a much clearer idea, obviously, about Wisconsin and Michigan. But surely Ohio, surely Arizona. I think by the time people get up, if you're going to go to bed right now and you wake up at 6 a.m., I think you're going to be able to know when you listen to the news, are we looking at Pennsylvania and a long drawn out, counting and going through the courts over what could be a week, maybe into 2 or 3 weeks, or if the vice president secures several of these states, we could be looking at a couple of 2 or 3 days, and something that's significantly shorter.
Yeah, and like you said, it just all depends on counting in those mail-in ballots. You have, I'm sure, been in contact with poll workers and pollsters and whatnot, and people who are on the ground, the boots on the ground operations to make sure that the job gets done. How long do you envision them being awake tonight? And to tomorrow?
We think about like Erie County or Pennsylvania, this is going to be all hands on deck. They just began counting today. We're looking 2, 3, several days. I think there's some counties in Pennsylvania that said they weren't going to begin counting the mail-in ballots until tomorrow. We're looking at several days. It's going to be towards the end of the week, which is, that's just what it's like in the era of COVID. You want every vote to be counted. It's like living in the 19th century. We're just not going to know immediately.
It's hard to believe that we've gone that back in time, in that time machine and time capsule, but that's the case. That's where we're at right now. As we've said, for the most part, the cookie cutter states, if you will, the states that are expected to be called have been called. We're waiting for states such as South Dakota, Montana to go red in this case. Alaska, Hawaii would be split red and blue. But then again, you look at the remaining states on our map here. This is where we're at. So you put Montana and South Dakota. Let's say that those quickly get called for the president's category. You look at Alaska and Hawaii. And you go around the remainder of the states here, and you have your Rust Belt plus Iowa and Minnesota, your Sun Belt, and your West Coast. That's where you're left at, Texas being the only straggler. So it's really playing out like we expected, Jeff.
Yeah,
at least in terms of the states that have been called.
Yes, exactly. It's largely, there's a couple of states that, you look, they were always coin flips. They were 50-50 in the polls. The SEC is not going to decide the presidential race. It's going to be the Big Ten. And let's say the Big Ten and the Pac-10. And if we think about like Arizona and Nevada, I think it's interesting that Iowa and Maine, because Maine splits its electoral votes as Nebraska does, and so Maine hasn't been called yet. Which, look, Vice President Biden was far ahead in the populated portions of Maine, but it seems that President Trump might have. Perhaps he's being competitive in winning one of Maine's congressional districts. Iowa, look, I think as Iowa's interesting. If Iowa is close, it wasn't close 4 years ago. That portends well for the vice president in Minnesota and Wisconsin. If Iowa is a route that bodes well for the president and the neighboring states. It hasn't been called as of yet, which I find interesting. Missouri has been called. Nebraska has been called. Iowa is still hasn't been called.
But Iowa was a state that was considered, at least it seemed to be considered a toss-up in 2016. Has that changed in 2020?
Historically, it has been a toss-up, but Iowa has been moving increasingly into the Republican column. As Republicans have increasingly captured what used to be a core Democratic constituency of white working-class voters. Hillary Clinton largely didn't contest Iowa. I think most people were surprised by how much the president won Iowa by. And it's been surprising to observers that Iowa, at least in most polls, looked to be fairly close and had become something of a toss-up state leaning towards the president. It'll be interesting to see if the Southeast or the SEC had, those states are going to move towards the president, and if the Big Ten moves towards Vice President Biden. And so, Ohio is going to give us a sense of that, as will Iowa. I think most observers had thought Michigan and Wisconsin were largely off the map for the president. I'm curious to get some real returns to see if the president's strength in the Southeast is going to translate itself into the Big Ten.
Yeah, we'll have to, of course, take a look here at what we've been looking at for the last few hours. These critical swing states still waiting to be called. However, we are continuing our coverage with you all the way through the day here on this Tuesday. About a half hour left in the day, to be honest, as we continue to move forward here. Let's go ahead and take a quick look at a Facebook Live that we look to be having here. We have a couple of reporters, Eva and Paul Wagner, Eva Mastermani and Paul Wagner, with a Facebook Live here that we'll get to in just a second once they get done with that. But we do, before then, want to give you the latest from the county courthouse. A couple of Facebook Lives from Eva and Paul this evening. Let's give you the first one right now.
The clerk of elections from Erie County and our Paul Wagner are all together outside of the voter registration office at the Erie County Courthouse. Doug, how do you feel that things have gone so far here at the Erie County Courthouse with the election day?
We've had a wonderful day. Apart from the challenges that we're able to face all day, the thing that impressed me the most is the job that our poll workers did handling what could be a historic turnout for a number of years, and also our pre-canvassers here at the courthouse who cranked out 20,000 ballots opened and just did an incredible job.
Doug, 4 years ago you had 63% of registered voters voted. You think you're going to top that when you get the final figures? What sort of numbers might we see?
Well, I'm thinking we're going to be in the 70s, Paul. based on the number of paper ballots we've got and the long lines and big turnout that we saw around the county, I think we're going to see some big numbers. I hate to speculate, so I haven't seen enough to tell. So.
And you also told us that the speed was a lot more than you thought as far as opening up all those envelopes and paper ballots. So perhaps we'll get the final numbers instead of waiting until next week. We'll get them toward the end of this week.
I think our goal to have final numbers on Friday looks very good. The provisional ballots are going to take quite a while. I think we probably end up with 1,000 of those, and they're very time consuming. But as far as the mail-in ballots and the machine results, we're going to be at a nearly complete state by Friday, I feel.
All right. And that's Doug Smith, the Clerk of Elections here at Erie County. Doug, we appreciate you joining us, and you'll be able to watch Paul and myself coming up in just a few minutes on Erie News Now at 11.
All right, we are back here as we continue along. Alex Popacek is giving us the go-ahead on using our election numbers. We apologize. We didn't realize that we were actually going against him in those last couple of minutes here, but we'll get those election numbers to you in just 1 second here. I do, however, want to pull up one more Facebook Live video that we have from Eva and Paul. They actually talked to someone from Time Magazine. It was a photographer that was assigned to Erie County by Time Magazine. Pretty important assignment from him. Actually looks like he's from Italy, traveling to Erie to cover the presidential election. Pretty cool interview. Let's chat with him, shall we?
A rally of Ivanka Trump. And it was pretty interesting. First time for me outside New York in U.S. In this historical moment for the country.
Thanks so much, Lorenzo, for joining us.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
safe
you
travels back. We appreciate you being here.
Thanks.
And we'll get back to Eva and Paul in just a minute, but you heard a brief snippet of that chat there. Pretty neat that you have people from all over the country. We were talking with our Matt Knadler earlier today, and he was showing us around the White House and just showing all of the reporters that were from different countries, different news stations all around the globe really covering this election. And Jeff, just goes to show you how politicized and how broad of an election that this is spanning to be. It's really a nationwide event in 2020.
Yeah, and Erie County is the center of the political world in many ways. I mean, we're the swing county and the swing state. And it's heady stuff to have, international reporters. I went to graduate school with somebody who's from New Zealand, and he works in the ambassadorial corps. And he contacted me in the last couple of days, asking for inside scoop to pass on to the Kiwi government, from ground zero,
Let me just
Pennsylvania.
slide the envelope under the table here, shall we?
I had to say, I just don't know.
It's good. Good. Listen, and I get it. It's good stuff. It's hard to believe that, the election is this important, especially for Erie County and for the entire world. And we're seeing right now that the numbers are playing in. Right now, as we're somewhat expecting, everything's so close right now in the swing states, but we do want to bring you the updated information in our area with the local races and the national race. And we promise this time we won't fight over the numbers. Our producer, Alex, has told us we are allowed to use these numbers again, so our many thanks for this right now. Here's the national vote. The last time we brought it to you, it was Donald Trump in the lead. That's flipped. Joe Biden has the advantage of the national vote by about 1 million votes. Like we said, coming into the night, we anticipated that when all the votes were counted, the vice president would have the lead in the popular votes. It would just depend on the Electoral College. And so right now, obviously, we're seeing that lead for Vice President Biden. Let's move on to the Electoral College. This is where we stand right now. Joe Biden at 209 electoral votes after that West Coast victory in California, Oregon, and Washington. Donald Trump at 118, but he does appear to be ahead in some critical swing states. You have North Carolina at 15 electoral votes. Georgia carries 18. Florida's 29. You put that all together, and that puts him near the 200 mark if he was able to convert all of those 3 states, which he essentially needs to have a shot at winning the presidency, according to several exit polls. Here's where we stand in the election in Pennsylvania. Half the vote has been reported, according to our stats. You see the president with a 14-point lead, but those numbers, of course, are early, so we expect a lot more vote to come in, a lot more voting for both the president and the former vice president. So Pennsylvania is, as we currently say right now, still up in the air when it comes to a toss-up or a swing state. We just don't know what the deal is right now. And again, looking at the national feeds, Pennsylvania is being circled like mad. It is the one state that everyone is circling in on right now as the potential predictor to the election. I want to ask you before we go to the rest of the numbers, Jeff, is there a possibility, I know there's a possibility, what are the chances this election comes down to Pennsylvania from what we're seeing right now?
Look, there's a very good chance it's going to come down to Pennsylvania. If the vice president wins Arizona, and he's ahead by not a small margin in Arizona, he could get to 270. Then you have to look at Maine, and if the president wins Maine's 2nd congressional district, that would take the vice president down to Arizona, or excuse me, even if he wins Arizona, to 269. And so then he would absolutely have to win Pennsylvania in order to win the presidency. So if you're thinking about how, is Pennsylvania going to be absolutely crucial, it's looking like it very well could be. You look at Arizona, you look at Maine's 2nd congressional district. The vice president has a path to win without Pennsylvania. I don't see the vice president winning Arizona and Maine's 2nd congressional district without winning Pennsylvania. I mean, these are different states, but they're all still in the same country. I think it comes down to Pennsylvania. It's exciting. It's nerve-wracking. Unfortunately, I mean, with COVID, it's going to take several days to count the votes in PA.
You never know. It's going to be a dramatic finish if that's the result that we end up seeing, Pennsylvania deciding it. And right now, it's looking like it's going to end up close from what we're seeing right now. Let's go ahead and continue with the numbers here. This is the vote for the president in Erie County from what we have. 77% of Erie County reporting, and it looks like, Jeff, the president's going to carry the county again. He's up 61 to 38. The numbers would at least signify, with 77% of the vote in, that the president might carry Erie County again.
Well, there's a lot of mail-in vote that hasn't been counted.
Good point.
I mean, he's raced out to a significant lead. There's a lot of early vote. It's going to look, I think everyone thought it was going to be close in Erie County. If the vice president wins 52-48, I'm sure the vice president would want that symbolically. Every vote is going to matter in PA, but the president has turned out his voters in Erie County.
Yeah, for sure. As we see right now in the critical swing county of Erie, it was actually listed as one of the top counties to look for when we talked about the critical counties in the election that could swing the presidency. All right, we're moving on now to the local races, and we start with the Attorney General. This is, I'm not sure exactly what to call this, but this is a development here. Heather Heidelbaugh, a Republican, albeit still a lot of vote to be counted, with the lead over Josh Shapiro, the incumbent Democrat for Attorney General, 53 to 44% in that race right now. So the Republican in the lead with 48% of the vote reporting. Taking a look at the Auditor General, Republicans in the advantage in that category as well, 48% in the Auditor General. It's Timothy DeFore, the Republican, with 1.7 million votes to 1.2 for Nina Ahmad. The other two candidates unlikely to compete in that election. We do have a race update in the PA Treasurer. Incumbent Democrat Joe Torsella trailing Republican Stacey Garrity 55% to 41%, about half the vote reported in that race as well. So about half the race has been reported in those three races for Attorney General, Auditor General, and PA Treasurer. Moving on to the races for the U.S. House. Glenn Thompson has already been projected the winner of the 15th district, 70% in. He owns a pretty sizable lead of 186,000 to 60,000 over Democratic challenger Robert Williams. So Glenn Thompson will retain another term in Congress in the House District 15. Moving on to House District 16, the one we've been keeping an eye on throughout the calendar election. That is Mike Kelly, the incumbent Republican, against Kristi Ganebis. Right now, it's about a 2/3 majority for the Republican, 110,000 votes to 54,000 for Kristi Ganebis. And so at the moment, with 50% in, it's looking fairly good at the moment for Mike Kelly, but again, still a lot of vote left to come out of that vote as well. For State Senate in District 21, the State Senate race, Scott Hutchinson, a 77 to 23% lead over Shelby Strohmeyer. That is 64% of the vote reporting. Republican Scott Hutchinson in the lead in that race. And in Senate District 49, Dan Laughlin continues to increase his advantage. 44% of the vote is in that state Senate race. He has a 39,000 to 15,000 vote lead over Democrat Julie Slomski. Of course, that race right now is the least reported of the ones that we've been talking about, but still about half the vote in that as well. A couple more races to get to you here on this Tuesday evening. Greg Hayes, with 54% of the vote in, leads Ryan Bizzaro, the Democrat, 52 to 48%. So the Republicans right now in the lead in many of these races. Same with State House District 6. It's Brad Rowe, the Republican incumbent, with the lead over Matt Farron, 63% of the vote in there. So that is your election tally right now as we send a continuous stream of numbers here with you on Erie News Now. We have been checking the results for a significant amount of time, just looking to give you the most up-to-date information. Transparency is what we're striving for here, and everything we're seeing now, again, just showing at the moment that it's a bit of a waiting game, Jeff. Still a lot of states left to be called. Give us an idea. We see a lot of Republicans in the lead in the state Senate and state House races. Give us an idea of what that means and if we could see any changes or consistency throughout the evening and into the next few days.
Well, I think for this evening it's going to remain the same. Everyone imagined that the red wave was going to happen on Election Day. And so we have to imagine ourselves in terms of the vote in PA, that it's not 2020. And so in many ways, we all want to escape 2020, and we're in 1920. It's going to take several days. We're living in temporarily different times. It's going to take a while to know the vote. Republicans are going to be in the lead. They've turned out their base. They have a healthy lead. And now we're going to begin the process over the next 2, 3, 4 days of counting the mail-in ballot, which Democrats claim is going to be, slanted towards the Democrats. I think most observers see that to be the case. Then we're going to see just how big of a lead the Republicans have.
It'll be interesting, like we've said. It's an interesting dynamic because you have like you said, the red wave on Election Day potentially, but then you have the Democrats potentially making a comeback in several of these states. And that has to make you feel kind of wishy-washy no matter where you're at, because it goes one way, the race, then it goes another way, the race here. And again, a lot of things just happening essentially at will as we currently stand right now. I do believe we have a quick Facebook Live to get to you potentially here as we're looking at Paul Wagner right now. Paul Wagner is at the Erie County Courthouse talking about the vote that is wrapping up. Let's take him very quickly here at 11:45 in the evening.
Races. We don't have an exact turnout number yet, but we're told that it is north of 70%, so far more than the 63% turnout we had 4 years ago in the last presidential election. A very, very strong turnout in Erie County, well over 70%. Again, we don't have the final numbers. Now, they're wrapping up the count of all those in-person votes today, but a lot of numbers still have to be counted from all those mail-in ballots plus provisionals. They got about 50,000 of those mail-in ballots. They've been through 25,000, so they still have quite a few left. But the process, we're told, is going much faster than they expected. So while originally they thought they might not wrap up that count by Monday or maybe late Friday, now they're talking probably sometime Thursday. They can move on to count the provisional ballots, the military ballots, and others, and get this all wrapped up by the end of the week. Of course, we'll be monitoring that because these these mail-in ballots are critical to some of these races, not just the presidential race, but some of the local races that could flip and could change over the next few days depending on the outcome. So stay tuned to Erie News Now with election coverage you can count on in the coming days as we continue to monitor the final count of all these mail-in ballots.
Alrighty, Paul Wagner, thanks for that update here. You see that it's around midnight. Erie County will be wrapping up that ballots counting, at least for the moment. They will resume tomorrow morning. Diligently will they here in Erie County, as we've showed you the numbers a significant amount of times. And we've also given you, again, up-to-date information as we've had. Jeff Bloodworth joining me. Lisa Adams is coming to the desk right now. We're going to get her on with a couple of updates from her race, the Mike Kelly versus Christy Ganibas race, and just from what she's seeing in the election updates here, we're 15 minutes away from midnight. Lisa, we've been coming to you here throughout the evening. Any updates that we're seeing at the moment? Anything new? We do see that Kelly has a sizable lead. What have you been hearing in the last hour or so?
Yeah, the lead that I'm looking at here now shows that about half the votes are in now, 223 of 444 precincts reporting. Kelly has 67% of the vote I'm seeing, and Ganibas has about 33% of the vote. Now, again, that may tighten when some of the mail-in ballots are counted, if more Democrats than Republicans chose to go that route, but we don't really know that yet statistically. So, again, he has a sizable lead, but that's just 50% of the vote. As I talked to both of them earlier today, they said, yeah, there's no way we'll know by the end of this night. There's a process of finalizing the vote total, and then there's certifying the vote total. So we're, I think, a couple days away from that for sure. But it looks like Mike Kelly will, if this lead continues to grow, be going back for a sixth term in Washington.
I want to ask you, you've talked to the two candidates at length. They expected coming into the night that we wouldn't know the results on election night, but does that still give them a little bit of nervousness, even as Kelly, the seasoned political veteran, Ganibas just trying to work her way into the political scene? Is there still those jitterbugs that you've heard from him, that worry that how long is it going to be till I really figure out if I'm going to Congress or not?
I can tell you that nobody was taking anything for granted. I mean, I saw her schedule of crisscrossing the 5 counties in the 16th district today. And Isaac, I think she must have had about 15 campaign stops. I mean, 15 stops there. He also started his day early in Butler in his home county. He also visited every county in the 16th congressional district. And so, again, not taking anything for granted, because you really just never know. And I think, too, the forces in Pennsylvania tug and pull back and forth. Are we blue? Are we red? How's this going to go? Certainly may play a factor in this race, too. So that's one thing they didn't know. And we certainly saw a lot of activity here in Western Pennsylvania in the presidential campaign in the final days. I don't think I've ever seen anything like that. Have you? So many visits?
No, I mean, it's been mind-numbing. You're like, oh, well, the vice president's here, and then the vice president, or the former vice president's wife. It's just, yeah, it's the center of the political world.
Yeah, the one that surprised me was when the presidential campaign, when the president decided to come to Butler County over the weekend after he was just in Erie County the week before. So to visit Mike Kelly's district twice there in the waning days of the campaign, that was pretty surprising to me, and draw big crowds at both of those events as well.
Again, goes to show the importance of what they thought Pennsylvania would be. Also shows the importance of how big they believe the state races are on a state level. They understand, of course, Kelly not running for Senate, but they understand how important it is, Republicans-wise, to be able to hold the U.S. Senate, that race extremely close right now, especially knowing that the House is most likely going to remain in Democratic control. And you did see that. You did see Donald Trump coming. He had Mike Kelly speak, I know, at least at the Erie rally. I'm not sure about the Butler rally. Lisa, I'm wondering, in your mind, do you feel like that little 5-minute or so speech at the Trump rally helped Kelly a little bit in the final days, at least rallying the base, if you will, and getting his voters up?
Well, he's had strong support, really, ever since he took the seat back from Kathy Dahl-Kemper. So he's really had strong support district-wide. He certainly has been very close to the president's views on most issues. And so I don't think it was surprising, but I think if people didn't know how close he was actually to the president, that was certainly a signal there. I believe he was on stage before when Donald Trump was here running in 2016, and then again when Donald Trump came back in the midterms in 2018 at the Erie Insurance Arena. But that certainly is a photo op, a moment, and you know, we're here covering it locally, but all kinds of national media was following, and that was being carried around the nation to that event. So it certainly does demonstrate that he has a relationship with the president. We know too that the president is very aware of Erie as sort of the opportunity zone model. That's gotten a lot of attention. There's been some other federal officials here. And so certainly they were very pleased with the way Erie sees this, got the prospectus together, kind of showed how to try to attract investment through the opportunity zones. Mm-hmm. And so that was certainly something that the president mentioned when he was here as well.
Taking advantage, of course, of a county that has been so much under a hawkeye of this presidential election. And like you mentioned, Lisa, it looks like Kelly is at least on his way to winning that 6th term.
One other thing I wanted to say, I mean, obviously Joe Biden was here, Jill Biden was here as well, but this COVID situation has everybody kind of taking a different approach to campaigning. I mean, like, look at us right now. We're sort of far enough apart that we took our masks off. But Mike Kelly mentioned that, you know, he loves to go to events. You know, there's 4th of July parades and Memorial Day picnics and many events that he would normally enjoy meeting and greeting constituents, shaking their hand, giving somebody a hug. You know, a lot of that they just couldn't do that this year. I mean, Christy Ganibas also told me as she went through the district, she said, you know, people want to shake your hand, but, you know, she puts an elbow out. So it's just not like kissing babies and hugging people like it used to be. It's been kind of an unusual year that way.
Do you feel like that maybe put a damper on the two candidates and how they ran their campaigns? I'm talking Kelly Ganibas specifically. We talked about in the presidential race, Trump and Biden, while they did hold rallies, there weren't as many, not as prevalent, maybe not as many people as you would normally see. Do you feel like that maybe put a damper on Kelly and Ganibas' campaign and had forced them to essentially switch how they would run their operations?
Well, I think that's a good question, but I think there could be a generational difference in how they approach, because certainly while you lose the going to the events, hugging people and, you know, kissing babies, you've got social media. So certainly that's something I think she employed very well, and her team employed very well, a different way of getting the message out all of the time. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think it hampered everybody for a while, and then everybody kind of adapted.
Well, the good news is we have numbers in tonight. The bad news is that those numbers are not going to be final, and they're going to be a little while until we get the final results in. But Lisa, as always, we appreciate you giving us the latest on the race. We have a long day ahead of us tomorrow, too, and we're almost near midnight, so we're going to let you go get some rest, Lisa.
The election day that lasts forever.
You thought Bush versus Gore back in 2000 was a long time. Just wait till you hear this.
All right.
We got a story for you. All right, Lisa. We'll see you tomorrow. Take care and enjoy the rest of your evening. That, of course, is our Lisa Adams touching us up on the Mike Kelly versus Christy Ganibas race. You can tell, obviously, Kelly with the lead in the early vote. Democrats looking to potentially convert that down the stretch, but at the moment it's Kelly with a pretty substantial advantage in that area. All right, looking back here at the big board on this election night, we have a 209 to 117 Electoral College vote lead for Joe Biden. He has, of course, worked his way through the West Coast. He's won all the states he was projected to win. So has the president. He's also won the majority of the states, especially in the Midwest, the southern portion, the southeast, if you will. He's on his way to working towards the North Carolina, Georgia, Florida SEC corridor, as Jeff Bloodworth posted. He said it was going to be a Big Ten decision, not an SEC decision. That, of course, referencing the Rust Belt states in Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Jeff, we've got about 5 minutes left in our stream here, and we've gone back and forth. We've ran the numbers. We've done the predictions here. In the next couple of days, we talked about Pennsylvania. How do you see this election playing out? If you had to give your analysis and your, I guess, maybe prediction of what you're seeing here based on what's happened tonight, What do you think might happen in the next few days based on this map here?
It's going to be slow. It's going to be methodical. Even if Vice President Biden wins Arizona and wins Maine's 2nd congressional district and would then be at 270, this is a very close election. And Pennsylvania will still be the center of the political world because both campaigns are going to be fighting and slugging out for every vote they can get in PA. And this is, we are figuring out what the rules are on how the mail-in ballots are going to be counted, what disqualifies a mail-in ballot. We're going to see challenges. So even if the vice president, best case scenario for him, is able to win Arizona and Maine's 2nd congressional district, it's not going to forestall the slugfest in Pennsylvania. And as I said, it's 1920. We've gotten a lot of practice in 2020 of being very patient, of letting things take their course, and it's going to be several days of counting votes in PA, and we can, kind of enjoy the media spotlight while it lasts.
It's going to be a long time, at least in the election, because every hour feels like a day. Jeff Bloodworth, we want to thank you for your time and talents today. They don't go unnoticed. Your expertise, it's beyond compare, and we appreciate you breaking down the election with us, and possibly longer into the week, knowing that these votes could be counted fairly slowly, and it may not be till Friday, Saturday, maybe next week until we know how the election turns out.
Yeah, election week it is.
Jeff Bloodworth, we're going to let you go, sign off, and give you some rest here tonight. We'll join back with you tomorrow. And again, thanks for taking the time today.
Thank you for having me.
That's Jeff Bloodworth. He is off tonight as we continue our coverage here in the last couple of minutes. Before we let you go, we want to give you the final numbers here tonight before we sign off on our live stream. We still will have cut-ins here on NBC, but let's go ahead and run through the numbers again, shall we? We've given you enough. We might as well give you one more set of numbers. In the national race, you take a look at the overall popular vote. It's Joe Biden with a lead of 1%, over 1 million votes in the advantage, but 71% of the votes have been counted. So there's still a lot left to go, over a quarter of the vote left. There's still plenty of time for one of these two candidates to make that up in the popular voting game. Moving on now to the Electoral College. It stays at 209 for Biden, 118 for Donald Trump going into the midnight hour. We, of course, know that many of these swing states haven't been called, may not be called for days on end, but we are, of course, going to make sure to give you that information as we see fit. In the state of Pennsylvania, the state that a lot of national news outlets and a lot of other candidates, the true presidential candidates, are saying could prove to be the deciding factor in the election, looks like this. Half the vote is in, 53%. It's Trump ahead, 56 to 41%. Over 2 million votes to 1.5 million votes, but still a lot of vote reporting in Pennsylvania, 47% left to go. Here is how the Erie County residents are voting for the president here. 77% of Erie County in. It's Trump ahead again, 36,000 to 22,000 votes in that category. And as we move to the races that matter in our area here, we go to the House District 16. Mike Kelly leading over Christy Ganibus, 68 to 32%. In the State Senate District 49, for the State Senate, it's Dan Laughlin over Julie Slomski by about 2/3 to 1/3 on this election night. Well, it's been a ride. It's been an exciting time. We started with you at noon Eastern, and really as we approach the midnight hour, we know a lot more than we knew coming into the day, but we still have a lot unknown. And that's why our coverage, even though it's going to be ending tonight, it's going to be continuing across the course of tomorrow and the day after that and the day after that. We know how Pennsylvania could potentially have to wait to have been called, might have to wait to be called until Friday or Saturday. We know a lot of the swing states are still up for grabs in the Sun Belt. North Carolina, Georgia, Florida, still too close to call. The Rust Belt the same. Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan, and Wisconsin are still all too close to call. You move down to the southern corridor in the western portion of the U.S., Arizona still up there as well, but Biden holding a lead. So that's why our election coverage, it doesn't go away. Election night might be over, but that doesn't mean we're done here. We'll be back tomorrow morning. Our Erie News Now Sunrise team is live starting at 5 a.m. We'll have all of our coverage there, continuing with our Elena Jonathan, Molly Samora, and our Ethan Kibbe, who is going to be spending the night at the station. He doesn't get any rest. He's going to be back up with you at 6 a.m. tomorrow to continue on. Ethan, I blow you a kiss as well. Get some rest. You deserve it. Get out of here. That's Ethan Kibbe. We, again, have a lot of people that we're going to be getting to in the next couple of days. We also want to thank all our reporters out in the field, from everyone at polling locations to polling locations and state races and national races. And again, a big thanks to everyone who was a part of this production tonight. I want to thank personally Brissa Bradfield, who's been with me all night just to get the production end of this going. It's not an easy job when you have to make sure everything is running smoothly, and it has been throughout this 12-hour production, so we thank Brissa for that. We also thank Ethan for joining us at the Alert Desk, and all of our guests, including Jeff Bloodworth, who were a big part of our election coverage today. Without them, we wouldn't have a voice, and we also probably wouldn't give you any good information, because it's their expertise that gives us the way to be able to really make this stream work. So we'll be back tomorrow. Erie News Now Sunrise is starting at 5. Erie News Now is across-the-board election coverage you can count on. Who will win the presidency? We don't know right now. What we do know, though, is that the race is very close and might be close for a considerable amount of time. That's all for our coverage tonight here on Erie News Now. I'm Isaac Pekyash at the Alert Desk saying so long. Enjoy the rest of your Tuesday evening and now Wednesday morning, and we'll see you back here bright and early. Election coverage isn't done. It's just continuing into the middle of the week. Take care, everybody. We'll see you in just a bit.